Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Becomes Sword of God? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Naruto stood in the Hokage's office, peering up at the man who was his grandfather in all but blood, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He called to the old man, his small, malnourished frame bursting with rambunctious energy, then hesitated as sadness pierced his eyes and he asked why the villagers hated him so much. Hiruzen looked down at the 12-year-old. Even after 4 rigorous years of blood, sweat, and tears, Naruto had yet to graduate from the academy. Unsure how to respond, Hiruzen considered giving the boy a motivator. He scratched his beard and thought of Minato, who had said nothing about this. Flashback day of the Nine Tails attack. Hiruzen urged Minato to let him take action, but Minato, the 4th Hokage, refused and insisted that the duty must fall to him. Minato's voice was full of acceptance. He had embraced his fate as Hokage. Hiruzen, seeing the resolve in him, faltered and asked what Minato's final wishes were. Minato requested that Naruto use the Uzumaki name to deter trouble from the neighboring village and warned that his lineage attracted danger. He asked that Naruto not be told his full parentage until he was ready and asked Hiruzen to make sure the village remembered that the 4th Hokage wanted Naruto to be seen as a hero. Minato's softer side as a parent showed through in those last words. He took a shuddering breath and said goodbye. A flash of yellow light filled the room, and Hiruzen remembered the chaos and left the office with a tightened resolve. Back in the present, Hiruzen reflected that Minato had never explicitly forbidden mentioning Naruto's mother's background. Hiruzen told Naruto that he could not reveal his father's identity yet, but that he could reveal who his mother was. Naruto erupted with joy, leaping and cheering across the office for 10 minutes, then calmed when he understood the information would only come when he proved himself ready. Hiruzen named Naruto's mother as Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto noticed the past tense and asked where his mother was, addressing Hiruzen as his grandfather. Hiruzen's expression grew pained as he recalled the violent confrontation during the attack, when Kushina had given her life to protect her newborn and the village. He told Naruto that his mother was gone. Naruto bowed his head and asked if she was dead, and Hiruzen confirmed this gently. Naruto broke down in tears. Hiruzen reminded him that his parents were watching over him and would not want him to be consumed by sorrow. Naruto wiped his tears, returned to his energetic self, and Hiruzen decided it was time to tell him about his clan, on the condition that he pass the year's genin test. Naruto nodded eagerly. Hiruzen explained that Naruto belonged to the Uzumaki clan of Uzushiogakure and that he might be one of the last of his line. Naruto brightened at the thought of being special but then sagged when he grasped the implication. He asked if that meant he could learn extraordinary techniques. Hiruzen answered that the Uzumaki had been renowned for their mastery of many disciplines, especially sword techniques, sealing techniques, and ninja techniques. Naruto punched the air in excitement and asked when he could learn. Hiruzen said he would teach Naruto when he had time, but for now Naruto would have to study on his own because of Hiruzen's paperwork. Naruto asked if Hiruzen could duplicate himself to help with training. Hiruzen froze, surprised at the child's logic, and the idea sparked something in him. Naruto then demonstrated the shadow clone technique. Later, in the private training grounds, Hiruzen and Naruto faced each other. Naruto marveled at the surroundings, the pink cherry trees and the vibrant grassy plain, and Hiruzen proudly explained that it was the Hokage training ground. Naruto exclaimed that he could not wait to become Hokage. Hiruzen grew more serious and asked Naruto what being Hokage meant to him. Naruto answered that it meant being the best ninja and using cool jutsu. Hiruzen reacted with a tired gesture and explained that being Hokage also meant caring for the village, protecting comrades, and making sacrifices. Naruto stared, stunned as the weight of the position he sought sank in. Naruto resolved to train himself into the ground and set about preparing with renewed determination. Hiruzen approved and handed him 4 metal weights meant for his arms and legs. Hiruzen instructed Naruto to channel chakra into them. When Naruto obeyed, his limbs immediately felt twice as heavy. Hiruzen ordered him to run 20 laps around the training grounds. Naruto protested in horror at the size of the task, But Hiruzen added that completing it would be the first step of his ninjutsu training, which was enough to spur Naruto into action. Naruto began the strenuous run at full sprint, unaware of the long-term toll. He collapsed afterward, breathless and shaking, having completed the 20 laps. Hiruzen approached, sent a pulse of chakra into the weights, and briefly lightened them so Naruto could catch his breath. The weights pressed down on him again as soon as he stood, and Hiruzen encouraged him to take his time and get used to them, explaining that removing the weights after adaptation would multiply his speed. Naruto asked if the weight could be lessened, but Hiruzen refused, insisting on the lesson that strain builds strength. Naruto gritted his teeth, rose, and felt a new pride in his accomplishment. Naruto then asked Hiruzen to teach him jutsu. Hiruzen scolded him gently and reminded him that training was not just about ninjutsu. A Hokage had to contribute something unique to the village beyond technical skill. Naruto apologized, and Hiruzen accepted, handing him a small piece of chakra-responsive paper and asking him to pour chakra into it to reveal his nature affinities. Naruto followed the instruction, and the paper reacted dramatically. It split and changed in several ways almost at once. One quarter responded as if to water, another crackled with energy, a third burst into flame and burned away, and the last crumbled to fine powder. Hiruzen was astonished to see a young person manifest all 5 nature transformations with such power and told Naruto to run another 20 laps before being dismissed. From that day onward, Naruto devoted himself to his mentor's regimen. His determination was unmatched and his energy renewed constantly by any motivation. Under rigorous training with an ideal instructor, he made steady progress. After a week, his speed had reached the level of a respectable chunin and his strength that of an above-average genin. The physical drills, weights, and endurance training had produced clear results. His ninjutsu had also advanced. He had learned a C-rank technique for each of his 5 affinities and handled basic nature manipulation with surprising ease. Because his presence did not yet carry the aura of a powerful clan, he altered his appearance to avoid unwanted attention. In honor of his mother and her clan, he dyed his hair bright red to possibly draw her friends' notice and flatly styled it so a few bangs fell over his right eye. He replaced his old jumpsuit with a navy blue dress shirt bearing the Uzumaki swirl on the back and slim black cargo pants. He wore silk gloves, his mother's, to hide the scars he had accumulated. Naruto sat quietly on a chair poring over a scroll. He remembered a childhood exchange when he had asked Hiruzen if his mother had left anything for him. Hiruzen had confirmed that she had and had made Naruto promise to use it responsibly. Naruto had promised without hesitation. The inheritance had been given to him, while the monetary assets had been entrusted to Hiruzen to manage. He was not yet old enough to manage his own funds. The scroll described one of the Uzumaki taijutsu styles, the twin beast style. It had been the foundation of every Uzumaki's hand-to-hand combat, modeled after an animal chosen to reflect the user's nature. Traditionally, each fighter aligned their technique with an animal that matched their personality, though some had bent the tradition to their own tastes, limiting their potential in taijutsu. Naruto had decided, following the scroll's general guidance, that the panther style suited him best. The twin panther style, made famous by Mito Uzumaki, who invented and popularized it, prized unpredictability. It focused on agility and flexibility to confuse opponents, used emotionally charged movements to create openings, and included sudden strength-driven strikes. In short, it relied on evasive agility for defense, emotional manipulation for support, and powerful finishing attacks, avoiding traditional blocks. Naruto smiled to himself. He could not wait for graduation day. It was Konoha's graduation exam day, and Naruto was making his first appearance at the academy in a week. He strode into the classroom. His electric blue eyes seemed to glow with purpose as he moved with quiet confidence. He sat in the back row and yawned loudly, drawing Irika's attention during a lecture on the importance of the exams. The students' eyes turned toward him. Irika apologized and told Naruto that this was not his class, prompting a ripple of snickering from the students. Naruto, however, identified himself as Naruto Uzumaki and added his signature phrase, "Believe it." The silence that followed told Naruto he had made an impression. He wondered if he had really been that bad a student. Irika cleared his throat and returned to the lesson. He explained that they would begin with the written test, outlining its scope, and then had Mizuki distribute the exam papers. As always, Naruto received his paper last. He stared at it in disbelief. How was he supposed to name 3 B-rank jutsu and explain their battlefield applications? The questions seemed far beyond the academy curriculum, even touching on intermediate sealing techniques and genjutsu concepts that did not fit the standard test. Naruto suspected something was off but decided to push through the exam as best he could. An hour of demanding, unfamiliar questions left Naruto frustrated, his careful revision feeling wasted. When the written portion ended, Irika announced that everyone would spar against Mizuki and reminded them that to pass they needed to last 5 minutes. The class moved to the academy training grounds, an outdoor slab of concrete with training dummies to one side and a large ring with bleachers on the other. Irika called Choji Akimichi as the first to enter the ring, and Mizuki promised he would go easy on him with a predatory grin. The onslaught began. Despite Mizuki's relatively low rank, most hopefuls found themselves easily overwhelmed. A few stood out. Hinata demonstrated skilled gentle fist technique, and Sasuke used his precise strikes effectively even without the Sharingan. Finally, Irika summoned Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto stepped into the chalk-marked ring, facing Mizuki but letting his attention drift inward. He lowered his head so his red bangs hid his eyes, leaving only his mouth visible in an unreadable expression. He took a mocking stance, left hand behind his back, right hand by his side, feet spread evenly, intentionally baiting his opponent. The scroll had explained that the Panther style began with a taunting posture designed to provoke reckless attacks, creating openings for a disciplined fighter to exploit. Mizuki reacted exactly as predicted, dashing forward with a feral intensity that caught Naruto off guard. Naruto backflipped to evade a lunging strike and twisted to avoid a follow-up punch. He swept low, catching Mizuki off balance when a follow-up was expected. Naruto sprang to his feet and moved to press his advantage, but Mizuki retreated to regain distance. As Naruto closed in, his bangs swept back to reveal electric blue eyes burning with determination. The look was unwavering, quiet, and resolute. Mizuki counterattacked, striking Naruto's shoulder with a powerful blow. The impact sent Naruto skidding across the training surface. Naruto cursed inwardly and gathered himself to continue. The basics of the style had never covered predicting such a sudden move. Naruto righted himself in the air, landed on both feet, and slipped into a low crouch with his hands out for balance. He scanned the area and looked up to find a shadow blocking the sun, descending with a leg pointed straight toward him. He judged the speed of the descent and realized there was not enough time to dodge, so he raised a hand and formed a claw around the ankle of the attacker. He leapt, slammed the opponent into the ground, and pinned him with swift, practiced strikes. Mizuki had always considered the standard genin level pathetic, and the outcome confirmed his low opinion. Irika halted the fight and announced that Naruto had passed with full marks. The other students stared in uncomfortable silence, amazed that the last-place boy could perform so well. Naruto chuckled and scratched the back of his head, trying to downplay the moment. He also realized that if his opponent had not underestimated him, he could have lost. That thought set a fire in him. He resolved to train harder and asked Gigi for more lessons. Later, as families crowded to congratulate the graduates who proudly wore their new headbands, Naruto sat alone on a swing while Irika delivered the graduation speech. Shadows lapped at his face and he brooded over being the only one who had failed. He asked himself why he struggled so much and felt overwhelmed by self-doubt. Mizuki approached and told Naruto there was a hidden test for those who had failed. Mizuki explained that all Naruto had to do was steal the forbidden scroll from the Hokage's office and meet him in the forest east of the tower. Naruto looked up with a spark of hope but grew suspicious and wondered if there was a catch. Mizuki set a condition: the task had to be completed that night. Naruto accepted the challenge and quietly vowed to become Hokage, then rushed off to complete the mission. Mizuki watched him go with a smirk as the others dispersed to celebrate. Night fell. Naruto moved across the rooftops in a black suit, slipped into a window, and left it unlocked in case he needed an escape. The Hokage tower was almost lifeless. He found the library and, beneath a single spotlight, The forbidden scroll rested on a raised pedestal. Naruto took it, alarms began to blare, and he dashed through the halls. An alarm awakened an old man at the Sarutobi estate. Naruto escaped through the same window, secured it, and leapt down toward the eastern forest. In a clearing, sitting on a log as the sun set, Naruto had until midnight to reach the rendezvous. He opened the scroll and ignored sacrificial techniques, focusing instead on other jutsu. He discovered the Kage Bunshin, a clone that returned its memories to the original perfect for training. He thought of experimenting with its limits and whether it could help him in recovery or combat. He formed 5 clones with an hour to spare and tested them. Each clone dispelled after a single hit, so he concluded that the technique worked best when chakra was split into many low-powered clones, quantity over quality. He resolved to refine the technique later. A sealing scroll caught his eye. Naruto channeled chakra into it, using basics taught by Hiruzen, and was surprised by what it contained. An oversized golden key, heavy and almost like a short sword. He ran a finger along its length and immediately withdrew his hand when a dark stain marked his glove. He examined it more closely and realized the object could have combat uses. The stain on its hilt seemed to mark the beginning of a chain of events that would change the world. The key began to glow, a golden light spreading across the clearing. Its magnificence was unnoticed by those nearby. No one reported the strange light, and Naruto expected someone to come rushing into the forest, but the only response was an eerie silence. Naruto told himself he had to move. He picked up the scroll and the key sword hybrid, accidentally twisting the latter in the air. He screamed as he dropped the key and it began to ignite with ghostly golden flames that burned harmlessly on the grass. A red labyrinth icon formed midair and rearranged itself into blazing words that captured his attention. Naruto read the words Gate of Babylon as the cuneiform-like writing came to life with a loud hiss. A single glowing ripple manifested behind him, seeming to defy reality. The ripple had materialized in the air, unlike the simple ones that formed elsewhere. He turned slowly, careful not to leave any part of his body in the possible path of a projectile. A sudden breeze rocked him. The humid night made the wind feel like a disturbing omen. The ripple pulsed with transparent energy and then revealed itself to be a scroll, silver with gold trim. He unrolled it and read, absorbed in the contents, unaware that a hilt had slipped free from whatever lay beyond the ripple, waiting to be grasped by its intended wielder. The scroll addressed the reader, explaining that Naruto Uzumaki had once written that their clan had forged 5 swords harnessing the core elements fire, wind, water, lightning, and earth, and that this was the basic broadsword, the foundation for all potential Uzumaki Kenjutsu specialists. The scroll was signed by Naruto Uzumaki. At the mention of a sword, Naruto lifted his head and saw the hilt protruding from the ripple. He tested the ripple, deciding whether it was a portal or a space-time ninjutsu, and concluded it was a space-time technique. Shrugging, he positioned himself so the ripple hovered above his left shoulder. A sharp metallic sound echoed through the clearing as Naruto withdrew the sword from the ripple as if from a sheath. The sword had a silver hilt with a crossguard that caught the moonlight. A simple ruby in the hilt swirled with fog, hinting at a foreboding future. From the hilt extended a blade shaped to Naruto's size, made of gold and razor-sharp. The sword felt impossibly light yet perfectly balanced in his hand. He swung at a nearby tree with one hand, testing its weight. The blade cut deep into the bark and stopped halfway through the trunk. Naruto pulled the sword free and stood in awe of the damage it had caused. He wondered how to make it vanish. The ripple reappeared as if in response, drawing the sword blade first into itself before removing it from reality. Naruto noted that it was another thing to experiment with and returned to reading the forbidden scroll. The clearing's calm ended when a chilling voice echoed through the trees. Mizuki told Naruto to hand over the scroll and promised that Naruto would pass if he complied. Naruto questioned Mizuki's motives. He had seen the dangerous, even sacrificial, jutsu in the scroll and could not believe an academy student would be tasked with retrieving such a thing. Mizuki shifted his gaze, eyes flicking toward the bushes as if watching for someone, and the impatience in his posture made Naruto suspicious. A rustle came from the right side of the clearing and Mizuki snapped his head toward it. He urged Naruto to hurry, hand outstretched. Naruto rolled the scroll up, stalling for time, thinking whoever was in the bushes needed to reveal themselves now. Iruka burst from the undergrowth, rushing forward with a kunai in one hand and his other hand poised as if to push. Naruto recognized Iruka and leaped back, tossing the scroll behind him and rushing to confront the traitor. Naruto used lightning style, swarm of hummingbirds technique as he sprinted toward Mizuki, while Mizuki lunged for the scroll. Naruto and his former instructor moved to intercept Mizuki. Two kunai met in a clash, and a flurry of shuriken supplemented the lightning technique, their movements delicate and precise like flying sparks of light. Flashes of energy streaked toward Mizuki, who was still locked in the struggle. Mizuki shifted his body by the smallest fraction enough to redirect the lightning so it struck the ground harmlessly. Hidden in that motion, however, a shuriken found its mark. A shuriken struck Mizuki's arm and he winced, his grip on the kunai weakening as Iruka pressed the advantage and grazed Mizuki's head. Mizuki ducked, rolled away into a backflip that put distance between him and his opponents but also separated him from his objective. He tore a strip of his torn clothing to press against the wound and recover. He then drew a large spinner shuriken from his back and launched it directly toward the scroll. Naruto thought about how those techniques were the Hidden Leaf Village's most valued jutsu and feared that if Mizuki impaled the scroll on that weapon, the work of their ancestors would be lost. Iruka lunged forward in desperation. A heavy impact sounded as metal struck Iruka's back. Naruto's head snapped toward the source and he saw a massive shuriken lodged there. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking at least it would not be a permanent injury. His gaze darted to Mizuki, but the traitor had vanished. Naruto spun and looked up and around, then realized he was trapped. The ground split beneath him and a narrow, muddy tunnel swallowed him, closing like a cage and holding him fast. Mizuki shimmered into view with a cold, mocking smile that made Naruto shudder at the thought of being at the traitor's mercy. Iruka slumped nearby, his eyes drooping as he lost consciousness and murmured something indistinct. Naruto felt frustration and helplessness that he could not hear his mentor's final words. He was left with questions about weakness and failure, wondering how he had allowed this to happen and whether he was truly at Mizuki's mercy. As Mizuki taunted him, Naruto forced his emotions under control. He reminded himself of the shinobi rule to keep feelings in check and let his tactical thinking take over. He remembered that he had just learned the shadow clone technique and a small ripple technique. The ripple had vanished before when he commanded it, so he tried again. Mizuki snapped at him angrily, demanding whether Naruto was even listening. Naruto summoned the ripple at the precise moment Mizuki swung a kunai. The ripple manifested so that an apparition intercepted the blade and the opening allowed Naruto to break free when Mizuki's concentration slipped. Naruto grabbed the sword's hilt and swung at his former instructor. The blow struck Mizuki, wounding him severely and causing him to stagger. Naruto collapsed to the ground, overcome with grief and guilt at what he had done, feeling like a murderer and questioning his worth. Mizuki retaliated with a sudden, brutal flurry of blows that sent Naruto flying. The strikes came relentlessly, each one a powerful impact. For a moment Naruto's nervous system seemed to go numb and the pain felt distant, leaving him with a hollow, stunned feeling. Memories of his grandfather telling him he would become Hokage and that he would one day receive the hat played over and over in his mind. He felt he had failed that promise and fell into a dark place, convinced the world would never accept him as Hokage and that he was unworthy. A new, urgent resolve surfaced. He forced himself to remain strong for one last push. Mizuki raised a dagger above his head and declared that Naruto would die by his hand in the name of Lord Orochimaru. Naruto's survival instincts flared. He raised the sword in a shaky defense, parrying a kunai and leaping into the air. The will to live hardened into a single, fierce determination. Naruto called out the name of his jutsu, Chakra Blade, with desperate force. A blade of chakra manifested around the sword, a bright, steady light that imbued the weapon with power. He charged forward with the blade overhead and struck. The chakra-imbued strike cut through Mizuki's defenses and left the traitor grievously wounded and defeated. The sight shook Naruto to his core. He staggered, retching from the shock and collapsing, overwhelmed with guilt and nausea. The ripple technique then returned his sword, purified and free of the nearby debris. Naruto fell unconscious. Some time later, Naruto sat across from the Hokage at the desk. The Hokage spoke with a serious, concerned tone and asked what Naruto could tell him about that night. Naruto replied that Mizuki had betrayed the village, his voice flat and apathetic, stripped of its usual liveliness. Even his habitual verbal tick was absent as he described the events. The exclamation in Naruto's voice had all but disappeared. Hiruzen pressed the matter, guilt washing over him, but he held to his oath. The village came first. Naruto said that the man had mentioned Orochimaru, and when Hiruzen's face went pale, Naruto asked who that was. Hiruzen answered in a hard tone that Orochimaru was an S-class missing nin of Konohagakure. Naruto persisted, turning the interrogation back on the older man, and Hiruzen revealed that Orochimaru had once been his student. Naruto responded lamely and without obvious feeling. Hiruzen tried to console Naruto about being forced into a terrible choice during the mission. He gave a short, blunt lecture, saying that the first time a shinobi must act decisively is always the hardest, and that he had chosen to stop Mizuki rather than let Naruto be harmed. He ruffled Naruto's red hair, and Naruto swatted his hand away. Hiruzen smiled at the response. He reminded Naruto that such was the life of a shinobi. Sakura stormed around the scene, furious and demanding to know where their sensei was, while Sasuke brooded in a corner, staring into space. Naruto sat facing the door, wearing the grin people expected from his pranks. The door opened and a man stepped through with silver hair that stood up as if it defied gravity, one eye covered by a forehead protector and the lower half of his face hidden by a mask. Sakura glanced at the mask and wondered aloud whether it hid something embarrassing. He wore a standard Konoha flak jacket. Because he was late, he immediately received the expected treatment. Kunai flew through the air as he stepped in, and he had to dodge, tripping over a strand of wire and narrowly avoiding the barrage. Naruto rose with a cold, hard stare that revealed a whirl of conflicting emotions. A flash of recognition and warmth, a surface apathy like a stoic void, and, above all, a chill of fear that passed as quickly as it came. Once it vanished, the hard stare remained. Naruto told him that it should be a learning experience and made it clear he did not want him to be late again. His tone was light, but the look in his eyes reinforced the seriousness. Kakashi, seeing the point was made, vanished in a swirl of leaves, leaving only a pile of foliage on the floor. Naruto climbed out the window and began walking up the building, focusing on channeling chakra into his feet to stick to the wall. The pace was slow but steady. He had learned to sense the smallest amounts of chakra and to use them with care. He reached the roof and righted himself with a longer stride. Kakashi stood there reading a small orange book and let out an amused sound. Naruto recoiled with disgust at the choice of reading material, thinking it the sort of thing perverted adults enjoyed. He checked his pocket watch and waited. For minutes, then 5 passed. Naruto grew impatient. 6 minutes came and he fumed that they could not be that slow. At the brink of the 7th minute, Sasuke's distinctive hairstyle appeared on the staircase and he arrived huffing, seeing Naruto already on the roof next to Kakashi. Sakura, breathless from the short run, immediately began to scold Naruto for getting up faster than Sasuke. Naruto instinctively clamped his hands over his ears at the sound. Kakashi admonished Sakura not to raise her voice. Sakura demanded to know why, then smirked and produced a hand seal. Using a sealing technique, Kakashi moved to silence her voice. He disappeared in a whirl of leaves and reappeared to tap her shoulder as the seal took hold and a faint dark glow marked the effect. Sakura tried to speak but could only manage a flat, distressed sound as she realized her voice had been sealed. Naruto removed his hands from his ears. Years of training with his grandfather had sharpened his senses. His hearing was not just wide in range but acutely sensitive, so the sudden quiet was a relief. Sasuke sighed and moved away, and Sakura looked at him with hurt and a sense of betrayal. Tears formed in her eyes. Naruto watched in surprise and a quiet, growing confusion about his own feelings. Kakashi then spoke in an accusing tone, acknowledging that they were all present, and shot a sharp glance at Sasuke and the wounded Sakura to bring their attention back to the mission. Kakashi instructed the group to introduce themselves. Sakura snapped her hand up like a student in a classroom, but Kakashi immediately told her to put it down. Sakura blushed and complied, then asked if someone else could go first because they did not know what to say. She trailed off as she realized how sheltered she sounded. Naruto and Kakashi stared at her incredulously, and Sasuke followed suit. Kakashi decided to be the mature one and suggested that name, age, likes and dislikes, and dreams for the future would be easy to state. He introduced himself as Kakashi Hatake, adding that his hobbies were of no concern and that he had no dreams. Naruto reacted with a sweat of frustration at having learned only Kakashi's name. Kakashi then asked Sakura to speak. Sakura identified herself as Sakura Haruno and began hesitantly to speak about whom she liked, then giggled and stopped when Kakashi cut her off, already tired of her drivel. Kakashi then called for Sasuke. Sasuke announced that his name was Sasuke Uchiha, that he did not like anyone except that he harbored deep hatred for Itachi, and that he intended to avenge his clan and destroy a certain someone. He resumed his brooding, which made Sakura squeal. Kakashi sighed and turned to Naruto. Naruto introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki with a light, optimistic tone. He said he liked people who saw him for who he was and ramen, and that he disliked the villagers and people who acted miserable. He then declared with fervor that he intended to become Hokage. The others stared at him for a beat, then Sasuke scoffed darkly and said that Naruto would never attain that position because it would belong to him when he killed Itachi. Kakashi barked for silence and told them to meet him at Training Ground 7 at 8 in the morning. Naruto answered that he would be there and left before anyone else could reply. Later, Naruto burst through the gates that led to the Hokage training ground. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, looked up from a scroll with a warm smile and greeted Naruto, hugging him in welcome. Despite having seen him the day before, Hiruzen acted as if he had not. Naruto mumbled that he was fine while smoothing the wrinkles in his clothes, then explained that he needed to increase his training because he had realized that teacher Mizuki could have defeated him if Mizuki had not underestimated him. Naruto said that he needed to get stronger to protect the village. Hiruzen considered this and agreed to help. He suggested beginning by expanding Naruto's ninjutsu repertoire, but then said that before that they needed to work on Naruto's control over his emotions. Naruto asked why, and Hiruzen explained that while it was fine to be emotional with friends and family, against enemies one had to remain calm, otherwise, an uncontrolled reaction could lead to unnecessary conflict. Naruto understood and agreed to be more composed. Hiruzen then moved on to ninjutsu. He named the first technique the Lightning Gauntlet Technique, a C-rank lightning-style ninjutsu that created a gauntlet of electricity intended to lightly shock an opponent. Naruto questioned its usefulness, pointing out that a light shock would not do much damage. Hiruzen nodded and clarified that the technique's strength was in disrupting an opponent's chakra, so if someone was building chakra for a large technique, this would interrupt them. Naruto's eyes lit up as he began analyzing the technique's applications. Hiruzen confirmed that if Naruto could master the technique and use it quickly, he could prevent opponents from casting their techniques. Naruto agreed eagerly to begin. Hiruzen explained that to manifest the technique properly, Naruto had to first call the ambient static electricity to his right hand. Naruto focused on molding the static electricity in the air, using a slight electromagnetic pull to speed the gathering. Within 20 seconds of concentration, a brilliant blue sphere formed around Naruto's palm, the electricity dancing and waiting. The sphere fizzled out quickly, and Hiruzen instructed Naruto to try again but to slow the initial creation of the lightning. Naruto adjusted by pouring chakra in at a steadier rate rather than quickly. After 4 seconds of a measured flow, the sphere formed and was sustained for 30 seconds before it dissipated. Hiruzen praised the improvement. Hiruzen instructed Naruto to compress the lightning into a gauntlet, concentrating the majority of the charge at the tip. Naruto followed the command, waiting a few tense seconds as brilliant blue sparks gathered and danced around his palm. He focused his will through the connection to the lightning until the energy shaped itself into the specified form. The gauntlet materialized, complete with crevices and intricate detail. Seeing Hiruzen's approving nod, Naruto rushed toward one of the training dummies lined along the edge of the grounds. He bounded across the ring, senses heightened and responsive to every movement in the environment. He ducked around falling leaves as if evading invisible strikes, twirling and executing kicks in practiced rhythm. He slammed his fist, the lightning gauntlet extending the force of the motion, into the nearest dummy. The impact looked innocuous on the surface, but both he and Hiruzen knew the dummy had borne enough electricity to overwhelm a person briefly seconds that could decide a real fight. Hiruzen grinned and praised Naruto for his work, then urged him to continue developing his taijutsu. They trained until sunset and into night, pushing hard to perfect the basics of the Twin Panther style: tactics, movements, and form. Naruto mastered the foundational elements and prepared to progress to more advanced maneuvers and strategies later. The next morning Naruto left his small apartment at 8 and walked through the winding streets of Konoha toward the 7th training ground, appreciating the rare peace and the casual indifference of those around him. No one had noticed the Uzumaki swirl on his clothing or his similarity to his mother, nor the electric blue color of his eyes, which differed from the bright azure he had once been associated with. The absence of recent warfare had softened the village. Bloodlines and the strength of clans had diminished over generations. If this generation did not act, Konoha's dominance among the Great Five hidden villages would be in jeopardy. Naruto privately cataloged the weaknesses he saw in each clan. The remaining Uchiha were arrogant, pampered, and focused only on reviving and avenging their clan. The Inuzuka were too brash and straightforward, lacking subtlety in deception or detection. The Aburame could be countered by close-range specialists who exploited awareness and countered their insects with precise techniques. The Nara relied heavily on their shadow jutsu and often lacked versatility until later development. The Yamanaka had fallen into more mundane lives, leaving their mind techniques effective only under particular conditions. The Akimichi had shifted toward brute force rather than utilizing deception and versatility. The Hyuga relied heavily on chakra point manipulation and techniques with limited range, sometimes leaving openings when executing complex rotations. Even the village's management felt chaotic, with petty politics and a civilian council that often interfered. Naruto resolved to right the wrongs of his predecessors and strengthen what he could. A massive, rusted steel gate greeted him at the training grounds. Naruto was surprised it still stood. The gate screeched loudly as it swung open, making him wince. He stepped through and let his tactical mind sweep the area. The surrounding forest would favor hit-and-run tactics if the central clearing were contested and could be used for ambushes or recovery, though against a skilled opponent those options would be less effective. Sasuke and Sakura were already there, seated on uprooted logs. Sasuke kept shifting his log to a different spot, and Sakura followed him, persistently pestering him with questions. Naruto waited, standing nearby. Soon Kakashi arrived, his presence announced by the same metallic screech. Being 5 minutes late, Kakashi's timing was not terrible. Naruto approached and bluntly stated that he would accept being up to 5 minutes late. He then stepped back, leaving Kakashi momentarily stunned by the directness. Kakashi addressed the group and explained that they would be taking the Genin test. The announcement drew immediate attention from everyone. Naruto asked for clarification, noting that they had already completed the academy test and wondering why another was necessary. Sakura wondered aloud whether this was the final qualification to become Genin. Kakashi explained that the academy test had only served to weed out those unsuited to be shinobi, and this trial would determine final qualification for the fresh graduates. Sasuke acknowledged the explanation with a grunt. Sakura, anxious and determined, asked that they get the test over with and resolved to remain strong for Sasuke. Kakashi produced 2 small bells from a pouch at his waist and explained that obtaining those bells would mean passing. Sakura worried about what would happen if they failed. Kakashi replied that they would be sent back to the academy. Sakura reacted with a gulp, while Sasuke scoffed and dismissed the challenge as likely easy. Kakashi warned them to take the exercise seriously and to give it their all. Sakura protested that they might hurt their instructor, her concern evident. Naruto made his presence felt in the conversation by stepping forward, ensuring everyone noticed him. Kakashi explained to Sakura that the man was a Jonin, an A-rank ninja listed in the bingo book, and that they could not claim the same for themselves. Sasuke frowned, surprised that he had not known this. Sakura demanded to know what the bingo book actually was, accusing Naruto in a high-pitched tone that it sounded like an excuse for him to seem clever in front of Sasuke. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly and said that whatever worked for them was fine. Seeing Sakura on the verge of losing her temper, Kakashi intervened and clarified that the bingo book was a list of the most dangerous shinobi and kunoichi, though he added that it was beside the point. Kakashi then announced that they had 3 hours to take the bells from him and that their time started now. Naruto was the first to move, melting into the foliage and taking advantage of the trees as cover. His teammates scattered in different directions. He noted Kakashi sitting in the center of the clearing, reading and exposing himself from multiple angles. Naruto realized Kakashi was provoking them, trying to force conflict between teammates and limit the time they had to work together. Naruto froze, questioning Kakashi's decision to pit them against each other. Teams were supposed to cooperate, not fight. There had never been a 3-man cell, the standard was 4. He resolved that they needed to act together. Kakashi's mouth twitched for a moment, registering that Naruto had already deduced the true intention behind the bell test only minutes in. Naruto moved toward the chakra signatures of his teammates, expecting Sakura to latch onto Sasuke. He planned to give Kakashi a few minutes to try to convince them before intervening himself. Sakura loudly challenged Naruto, asking why they should work with him and accusing him of trying to steal Sasuke's fame. Naruto responded lightly that the point of the test was to learn to work as a team, to force them to pass the challenge together. He had that casual tone that made him seem less serious. Sakura scoffed and continued to suspect a ploy. Naruto sighed theatrically and prepared to leave, vanishing in a small cloud of smoke. Sasuke and Sakura wondered aloud where he had gone. Naruto reappeared nearby and shifted his demeanor into something sterner, his stance and the hard look in his eyes giving him the aura of a determined fighter. Kakashi noted the change with interest and a growing sense of intuition that warned him something was coming. A blade suddenly appeared where Kakashi had just been, and he dove aside to avoid it. Naruto later admitted, with a teasing edge, that Kakashi had told them to come with the intent to kill, putting his words in a satirical frame to jar his teacher. Kakashi growled and charged forward, launching into a taijutsu assault. Naruto evaded the initial rush with quick movement, landing in a tree and using the branches to change position before dropping back into the clearing. Kakashi tracked him and crouched, preparing a punch. Naruto ran rapid permutations through his head, searching for a plan. Naruto called upon a technique that caused a ripple to form and a blade to appear, aiming it at Kakashi's back. Kakashi escaped in time, allowing Naruto to land safely. The two then rushed one another, disappearing and reappearing in quick succession as a vanishing sword flashed and returned to the ripple. They exchanged a flurry of strikes, each parrying and redirecting the other's momentum in a fast, stylized combat that felt like something out of an action sequence, swift, precise, and non-graphic. Both combatants pulled back, winded and grimacing. Kakashi assessed the situation. Naruto had landed hits and used the vanishing blade, and the confrontation had been going on longer than he preferred. Naruto thought similarly, aware that Kakashi would likely escalate to ninjutsu or genjutsu and that his teammates would arrive soon, slowed by traps Naruto's clones had set. They both reached the same conclusion without words. They needed to end the exchange before it escalated further. Kakashi announced the next lesson by switching tactics to ninjutsu, launching a roaring fireball that raced forward on a wave of heat. Naruto responded by forming water seals with remarkable speed and calling forth a water wall, drawing moisture from the ground to build a defensive barrier. The two jutsus collided with a hiss, steam rising as the elements clashed. The rising vapor clouded their vision and turned the fight into a half-blind skirmish. Naruto smirked, using the obscured sight to feint and maneuver. The encounter continued like an intense, stylized duel from an anime high-energy, tactical, and never lingering on injury or gore. The steam slowly dispersed, leaving both of them to reassess and prepare for whatever came next. Naruto considered his advantage. A ripple formed, glowing with an ethereal aura, a magnificent shade of gold that shone through the fog, radiating power and grandeur. He called out the chakra blade technique and summoned the broadsword he had learned to wield in the short time he had possessed it. He channeled his chakra through the blade, producing a benevolent, visible aura. A pure white light flecked with gold enveloped the sword in one smooth motion, the energy held tightly without protest. He swung. The energy extended with the arc of the blade, releasing a massive crescent of force that soared toward Kakashi. Naruto watched to see the result of the technique when he felt a cold, hard presence at the back of his neck and froze, surprised that Kakashi had managed to get behind him. Kakashi instructed Naruto to give up. Rage flooded Naruto as he remembered how the village had belittled him for years. He refused to give up. His hand inched toward Kakashi's waist where the bells were hidden, but Kakashi caught it, grasping Naruto's wrist and pulling it behind him to restrain it. With Kakashi's hands occupied, one holding a kunai and the other holding Naruto's wrist, Naruto seized an opening. With the broadsword still in his right hand, he executed a sudden maneuver, spinning and ducking to avoid a kunai slash that only barely grazed him, shaving a bit of his red hair overhead. He swung the sword and struck Kakashi across the abdomen, stopping partway through the motion. Naruto's thoughts flickered to darker questions about what he had done, but they were cut off when Kakashi jabbed at his windpipe and followed with a strike to his solar plexus that sent him sprawling. Kakashi unleashed a signature technique, Leaf Secret, hand-to-hand, 1,000-year strike, and a powerful strike launched Naruto backward, sending him flying back to where he had come from. Kakashi rose from the crouch he had used to perform that sturdy, unglamorous technique, the one their supposed eternal rival had once described as unyouthful. Kakashi sighed, then praised Naruto's skill for his age and admitted he would never have expected it, but his praise turned into surprise when Naruto dissolved into a cloud of smoke. Kakashi could not believe Naruto had mastered the shadow clone technique so effectively. Kakashi became alert, scanning like a hawk, his hearing heightened as his sight was momentarily robbed by the smoke. He heard a swish to his left, clearly chakra-enhanced speed, and a whoosh from behind. He spun with kunai raised in a defensive stance. Naruto moved through the smoke that he himself had produced, making it denser than the haze of a dispelled clone. He formed clones and relayed commands to them, and they obeyed. Kakashi, hearing sounds like a stampede, began to sweat. No genin had ever generated that impression before. Dust wafted into his nose as he exhaled sharply to clear it. Naruto seized the perfect opportunity. He dashed forward with the broadsword held in a guard, the blade pointing diagonally up to the left and the hilt gripped in his right hand. Having confided in his grandfather about the Gate of Babylon and his broadsword, he had been practicing new kenjutsu suited to his style. Though conventionally a broadsword would be gripped with both hands, Naruto adapted. His left hand closed on the hilt while his right slid down to the pommel. He closed on Kakashi, striking twice with diagonal slashes. Kakashi parried. Kunai and broadswords sang through the air with the practiced precision of trained users. The two blades met and separated as the tide of the duel shifted with every movement. Naruto entered a focused, calculating state. The light banter of earlier fell away as he assessed his opponent by subtle body movements and trajectories. His strikes flowed with the fluid precision of someone older than his years. His sword beat relentlessly against Kakashi's kunai. Kakashi had drawn two kunai to match the onslaught. Naruto committed to an overhead strike, but Kakashi anticipated it and sidestepped, then lunged to force Naruto onto the defensive, stepping in to press him. Kakashi spun with the speed of a jonin, a whirlwind of two blades formed by momentum. Naruto attempted a last-ditch technique, summoning a flock of lightning hummingbirds that surged toward Kakashi. They struck and briefly stunned him, but Kakashi recovered and managed to slash Naruto's left wrist. Kakashi stood over Naruto, who lay on the grassy ground, a kunai poised at his throat. Kakashi noted that Sasuke and Sakura had already been dispatched and concluded that Naruto would not be passing. Naruto growled, adrenaline drained but still determined that his goal was to move forward in life. He reminded himself that even if this round failed, he would find another way for his teammates to continue. Kakashi listened, half amused, half skeptical. He considered Naruto's remark about coaxing others later and, despite his reluctance at being tasked with two difficult students, he grumbled that he was stuck in an unfavorable position. He finally conceded and declared that Naruto passed. He had been ordered to leave and meet at Training Ground 7 at 9 in the morning, and Naruto complied. Later, Naruto sat at his desk reading a clan scroll. It was one of his family's documents, and he paced himself through it to absorb every detail. The subject was swordplay, a subject that fascinated him even if others dismissed it as trivial or overly complex. He remembered the thrill of facing Kakashi, not the loss but the rush of the fight and the feeling of blades moving as if in a deadly dance. It felt like a calling. He stood and summoned his broadsword, practicing the movements from the scroll and referring back to it now and then. He practiced long into the night, performing maneuvers with fluid motion and graceful technique. When he finally stopped, he knew he would get only 6 hours of sleep. He dispelled shadow clones in groups of 10 at minute intervals, repeating the procedure until exhaustion, then collapsed on his bed and fell into an immediate sleep. His dream was soft and strange, clouds under his feet and sky so close it felt reachable. He reached toward the sun and withdrew his hand with a childlike disappointment, noticing 5 golden lights nearby. The vision faded, and he jolted awake. Still hazy from the dream, Naruto dressed for the day. Black silken gloves with silver thread covered the scars on his hands. A deep red trench coat with a high collar, the same shade as his hair, fell to his feet. He wore black tactical trousers and leather combat boots with reinforced soles. He left his apartment and recoiled at the sight of the red light district, the least savory part of the village composed of businesses the leadership kept because they brought in revenue. He sighed at the thought of another day dealing with the Uchiha and their followers, then made his way to Training Ground 7, escaping the district he had been forced to live in by the civilian council. At the training ground, the rusted iron gates were left ajar. Naruto leapt onto a tree and balanced on one leg, unrolling a scroll to read while he waited for whatever mess was about to arrive. Soon Sasuke and his entourage came bustling into the clearing lined with oak trees. Naruto noted that they still did not see him, despite his silhouette standing out against the morning sun. He returned to the scroll, reading about emotional control and the facades a shinobi might use in interrogation or deception. The central idea was that layered emotions could create a convincing facade. Kakashi arrived, book in hand, and Naruto descended from the tree, surprising Sasuke and Sakura who had been oblivious to his presence. Sakura scolded him, calling him an idiot and telling him not to startle Sasuke. Naruto responded in a cool, detached tone that hinted at apathy, remarking that Sasuke would not have been so easily startled if he had paid attention to his surroundings. Kakashi stepped in and began the day's training by announcing that they were now officially Team 7 and congratulating them. He explained that they would start with team-building exercises. The announcement was met with stunned silence, and Naruto and Sasuke immediately voiced their displeasure, declaring team-building useless and counterproductive. Sakura found herself nodding along despite the others' objections. Kakashi insisted that the exercises would improve their efficiency as a unit. Naruto bristled and suggested, with a blunt edge, that Sakura should sit out while he and Sasuke practiced together. Sakura whined at the suggestion, and Kakashi's single visible eye flashed with irritation as he warned Naruto that such remarks were unacceptable and that he would be removed from the team if he continued. Naruto scoffed and pushed back one last time, arguing that it was not forbidden to state facts. Kakashi's glare was icy as he began to outline the day's lesson. Naruto had already prepared his own plan. He created a shadow clone using half of his chakra to make it more durable than a typical clone, and quietly swapped places with it. He thought that he had better things to do than listen to lectures about teamwork when ambushes and real threats were a more pressing concern. With that, Naruto slipped away to pursue his own training, leaving the team to their appointed exercises. Naruto feared that his mentor's teachings would make him dependent on others who might betray him, and he worried that, God forbid, someone could stab him in the back when he least expected it. Naruto greeted the man at the training ground they frequented. The ground was the most prestigious one, accessible only to the Hokage and those he deemed worthy. Since his release from the permanent cycle of paperwork, Naruto had begun getting back into shape. Where he might once have been easily defeated by a legendary ninja, he was now striving to attain the title of God of Shinobi that had become part of his ambition after the Shinobi World Wars. Naruto called out to Hiruzen as he arrived. The third Hokage looked up, the staff in his hands dissolved back into the form he used normally. Hiruzen asked what Naruto was doing here so early. Naruto told him that he had argued with Kakashi. Hiruzen immediately noticed the frustration and bitterness in Naruto's tone and the lack of the usual respectful suffix. Hiruzen asked what the argument had been about. Naruto said it had been about the value of teamwork and how it held him back. He scoffed that he would be so much stronger without lessons that taught reliance on others. Hiruzen listened and, seeing the boy's spiteful aloofness, allowed him to vent. Hiruzen praised Naruto for remembering the teachings about the lives of shinobi and then suggested a friendly spar. Hiruzen asked them to keep it to Chunin level. Naruto agreed and drew his broadsword. Naruto charged, strafing unpredictably as a breeze tugged his red hair. He kept his weapon moved back and his left hand extended in a blocking posture, angled so he could react to side assaults. Hiruzen summoned his chief monkey, Enma, who transformed into an adamantine staff. The staff, black-tipped with gold, appeared in the elder man's hand as Hiruzen launched forward with massive leaps meant to divert Naruto's attention. Naruto lunged with his broadsword tracking Hiruzen as the elder man leapt into the air. Naruto leapt after him, soaring with his weapon raised. At the peak of his trajectory, Naruto found that Hiruzen had dissolved into a cloud of smoke, and Naruto began to fall. He scanned the ground and spotted his mentor there with the staff raised. Naruto thought with annoyance that Hiruzen had used his trick. He performed a substitution technique and reappeared behind Hiruzen as the staff swung. Naruto felt relief as he swung his sword. The staff blocked the attack, then disengaged and returned to an assault. Naruto was forced to parry and dodge a relentless barrage of strikes from the adamantine staff, his blade taking most of the blows and shuddering with each impact until Naruto was flung backward. He realized that the destructive force behind the staff far exceeded his own weapon. He backflipped to recover. Naruto called on a chakra blade as a benevolent, powerful aura encompassed his broadsword and then sent that chakra outward toward Hiruzen. Hiruzen dodged as the blades continued to press him from multiple directions, one grazing his armor. Naruto directed a stream of electrically charged chakra blades like a tactician moving pawns. They were swift and numerous. One struck and sent a light electric current through Hiruzen's metallic armor, briefly disrupting the jutsu he had been forming. Hiruzen bounded back to recuperate from the sudden loss of a fraction of his chakra. Naruto formed a sphere of crackling lightning around his fist, a gauntlet of energy taking shape from his chakra. He charged, shaping chakra to swirl around his sword while the gauntlet solidified on his left hand. Part of the chakra hardened around his fingers, extending from tip to knuckle. Naruto shifted into an offensive stance, sword raised and gauntlet ready to protect and counter. The adamantine staff clashed with the sword again, and this time Naruto's blade overwhelmed the staff, slicing a sliver from the otherwise pristine weapon. Hiruzen leapt back, his decades of experience allowing him to deduce that Naruto had used wind chakra to enhance the blade and unaltered chakra to conceal it. He watched Naruto like a hawk, aware that fighting at Chunin level still posed a risk to his pride. Naruto extended his sword so the tip reflected light into Hiruzen's eyes and then reacted as a water spear, partially frozen into an icicle, approached. Naruto channeled chakra into the blade and converted the mist around it into fire chakra, which surged along the blade, augmented by the wind chakra that had been used earlier. He unleashed a powerful burst of flame along the sword. Naruto panted as the expenditure took a substantial toll on his reserves, more than a low-level technique but less than the cost of a top-rank jutsu. Hiruzen adjusted and prepared to respond to the new combination of elemental chakra and raw power. From the tip of the blade, sparks erupted into a massive flame that shot toward the spear of the opposing element. Naruto allowed himself a satisfied sigh as the flame melted the spear, the water returning to a pool that seeped into the training ground. The beam sped toward Hiruzen in a straight line with alarming force, the kind of power that suggested a B-rank jutsu. Hiruzen studied the technique, searching his memory for its origin. He was certain he had been Naruto's sole instructor in shinobi arts, and this was not a technique he had taught. He scrolled through an internal ledger of jutsu and drew a blank. He had never seen one like it before. He decided to focus on fighting for the moment and address the mystery later. Because the attack traveled linearly, he judged he could dodge it. Naruto, meanwhile, realized his chakra reservoir of elemental energy was dwindling. The flames fueling the jutsu were waning and the wind that had boosted their potency faded to nothing. He knew he had to finish the exchange soon. His hand shook from excitement as the beam wavered. He noticed the tremor and seized on the moment, attempting to capitalize, but Hiruzen sidestepped. The beam scorched where Hiruzen had stood, then a hard impact struck Naruto from behind and sent him skidding several meters. He spun to face the attacker only to be struck again by the same force, cold and jarring. This time the blow used more power and hurled him farther through the training ground. As he landed, Naruto moved his fist backward, only to have it stopped mid-motion. He looked and found Hiruzen there, holding the lightning gauntlet that was now fizzing out. Hiruzen declared his victory with a smug air. Naruto growled and challenged him to another round. The Sandaime admired the spirit in his student and accepted. They fought on until the sun began to set. Later, Naruto climbed into a tree near where Kakashi's team was doing exercises. The team consisted of an unrealistic idealist, a moody youth, a stalker-like member, and a clone. Naruto watched a blindfolded team-building exercise where the goal was to pass a ball to teammates. Sakura intentionally lobbed the ball hard toward Naruto's clone. Kakashi intercepted it, apparently to create tension and test their teamwork. Naruto watched in disgust as the clone took a hit to the forehead and snickered while Kakashi issued a reprimand. Naruto stayed still until Kakashi looked away, then slipped away before he could be noticed. Shimura contacted Nikomata and instructed him to test Naruto's capabilities as a trial to determine whether the boy was worthy of joining their organization. Nikomata agreed. When Naruto stood across from Sasuke for a match, Kakashi called for the beginning and Sakura cheered her crush from the sidelines. From the start of the fight, Naruto narrowed his focus, centering on his opponent as if a tunnel formed in his vision. He wanted to see how relentless hard work measured against natural talent. A fierce battle instinct rose in Naruto as he moved first and Sasuke leaped away. Sasuke performed fire style, fireball technique, launching his signature jutsu. Naruto countered with water style, water wall, raising a towering pillar of water that reached the clouds and drew more moisture to extend itself. The water overtook the fireball, enveloping it and creating a cloud of steam that dissipated. The water settled back onto the training ground and soaked into the grass. Sasuke then flung kunai, and Naruto used wind style, great breakthrough to create a gust that deflected projectiles within a 5-meter radius and altered the course of others. Sasuke stumbled but quickly recovered. He moved erratically, launching more kunai and shuriken to keep Naruto at bay, but Naruto closed the distance. Naruto warned Sasuke to think fast as he threw a right hook that knocked Sasuke off balance. Naruto pressed the attack with a barrage of strikes, hammer kicks, axe kicks, and punches each imbued with earth chakra. He had learned to apply elemental chakra and raw chakra in combat to enhance his techniques. Sasuke formed hand seals and launched fire style, Phoenix Flameflower technique, sending a smaller fireball into the air toward Naruto. Naruto performed a backflip to create distance and watched the jutsu, assessing whether it posed an additional risk. He observed the incoming fireball carefully, preparing for the next exchange. He noted that fireballs were usually spherical, but this attack was elliptical, so it must be a fire missile. The missile suddenly split into 5 smaller projectiles that darted toward him in unpredictable, randomized patterns. Naruto felt dizzy watching them and moved with practiced agility, performing 7 back handsprings in fluid succession. He looked up as the missiles closed to 4 meters behind him. He summoned his broadsword and invoked the energy blade technique. A pure white aura manifested along the blade, coating it in a radiant sheen that spoke of raw, uncompromised power. Sasuke stared, stunned by that raw power before realizing how unfavorable the situation had become. He narrowed his eyes and measured the threat, weighing the chance it posed to him and the blade's capabilities. Naruto preferred to keep many of his techniques hidden until absolutely necessary. These were just the first of many he had developed. Converting the ambient white aura into wind energy, Naruto extended the sword's blade, drawing in surrounding air and wind energy until the weapon lengthened. He channeled the energy of his emotions into the blade, and it burst into flame, the inner layer white-hot and cooling outward to a pale blue glow like a lamp in a dark room. Naruto unleashed his fire-style flamethrower technique. The flames along the broadsword expanded, fed by the wind energy, and a massive surge shot forward. Sasuke relied on his agility, rolling to the side and sprinting to the right while glancing back over his shoulder. The fire pursued him in a linear attack. Sasuke thought desperately that he would be doomed if he did not act. A long sword appeared in his hand. He brought it before his face and pivoted to meet the flames. Intense heat hammered at the blade and his face, sweat streaming as he planted his feet and fought to hold his ground. Naruto watched in disbelief as Sasuke deflected the flamethrower with ease and redirected the heat. The redirected stream aimed itself toward a red-haired boy nearby, and Naruto studied the weapon that had altered the attack. The long sword was actually a shorter dagger, a short blade with a flat tip designed to cut rather than pierce. He took note and returned to action, sidestepping the moving stream of fire and ducking as it curved to meet him. He felt the flames pass close, then deactivated his technique. Wind energy collected along the left side of his blade while fire gathered on the right. Naruto called on his steel-style steel swords of slaughter technique and blended the two elements, fusing wind and fire into an even spread across the blade. He refused to reveal everything about his powers, but his mind raced trying to explain the apparent steel-based ability he was witnessing in Sasuke. From everything he knew of the Uchiha clan, their elemental transformations were limited to fire and occasionally lightning, never steel. As the element blending completed, he looked up to see a storm gathering overhead. The sky gleamed with a silver light that funneled sunlight into the dark expanse. That silver light came from countless short daggers falling from the sky, their pace increasing as they descended. Naruto scanned the scene and came to a single conclusion: escape was the priority. It might seem comical for a shinobi, but this was his best option. He released his training seal. The hail of blades produced a screeching clatter as they collided, and for a moment Naruto felt his weight return to normal, no longer affected by seals and training constraints. Sword in hand, he raised it and began to spin it overhead to deflect the incoming blades. Despite his effort, a few blades slipped through the imperfect defense. One grazed his left shoulder and another struck his right thigh, sharp pain flaring where they hit. The world around him seemed to waver. He saw Kakashi, who had been pinned earlier, smile and vanish, Sakura dissolve into dark dust, and Sasuke's figure melt away. Sasuke's form shifted and revealed a masked operative from the special unit. Naruto was puzzled because the mask had no design, only a single symbol at its center. The masked operative snarled as the technique ended and the rain of blades fell silent. Naruto yanked the blades free, feeling intense pain but noticing that his wounds began to seal quickly thanks to his accelerated healing. An unseen force continued to bind the injuries until they were closed. Naruto asked shakily who the operative was and what they wanted from him. The masked operative spoke in an unexpectedly high voice that suggested she was female and said that her master wanted Naruto to join his personal army. Naruto sought clarification about what the village leader wanted with him. A brief, tense pause followed. She roared that she was going to kill him as she dashed toward him. Taking great care to maintain his balance on the sea of sword hilts, Naruto moved to counter her, immediately raising his broadsword in a ready parry. He infused both hands and feet with earth chakra to add stability to his assaults and provide a firmer foothold for defense. He channeled an element of lightning into the blade, adding a crackling edge to his strikes. He brought the blade across in a horizontal slash aimed at the impersonator's midsection. She ducked at the last moment and used the same motion to avoid his strike. Naruto leaped, and his opponent leaped with him, sword extended but missing by mere centimeters. Her blade danced beneath him as Naruto allowed his broadsword to vanish. They began to fall together, and Naruto drew several kunai, launching them downward. The impersonator deflected them along the length of her blade. No holds were left. Naruto relied on a quick substitution technique, switching positions with the impersonator. He activated his chakra blade, a holy white aura manifesting around his weapon. Lines of pale energy traced across the impersonator's body. Naruto steadied himself with the thought that it was either him or the other. He unleashed a flurry of strikes with a technique he called 100 Severations. Chakra poured into his sword arm to balance the strain as he delivered rapid attacks. Momentum guided his movement as he slashed in fluid arcs, chakra spears accenting jabs and crescent blades enhancing the slashes. He pushed through the first 50 strikes, then 80 more, pressing his advantage. The impersonator began to show severe, non-graphic damage from the barrage. Her armor and gear were shattered, and she was scorched and battered, struggling to stay on her feet. Naruto blurred through the final series of strikes to complete the technique. Exhaustion and pain tightened his muscles. His right arm burned intensely, agony concentrated in the limb and forcing him to slow. He dropped his broadsword as the weight and pain overwhelmed him. The impersonator named her next technique, invoking Steel Style and the Sword Supernova technique. An explosion erupted, enveloping her and sending shrapnel outward, most of it aimed at Naruto. He closed his eyes and briefly thought of the future he had imagined becoming Hokage and the life he might never see as consciousness began to slip away. He fell into darkness and lost awareness. The Hokage stared at Kakashi with an intense, furious gaze while Kakashi met it with his usual lazy look that still carried intimidation. The Hokage demanded how Kakashi could have let this happen. Kakashi began to apologize, but the Hokage cut him off and accused him of carelessness, saying that because of his lapse Naruto had been attacked by an unknown shinobi and was presumed dead. Kakashi attempted to explain, but the Hokage erupted in anger, ordering him to stop making excuses and warning that Obito would be ashamed. The Hokage left the room in a pillar of flame that charred the floor. Kakashi stared out of the office window, then pulled down his forehead protector to reveal the Sharingan. He quietly wondered whether Obito would indeed be ashamed of him. Naruto woke to white. He lay on his back facing a blank ceiling and heard the muffled sound of conversation nearby without being able to make out the words. The smell of disinfectant and medicine made him wrinkle his nose. When he began to sit up, Hiruzen told him to lie back down. Recognizing the familiar voice, Naruto obeyed and watched an aged face bob overhead. Naruto asked how long he had been out, and Hiruzen told him he had been unconscious for a week. When Naruto asked what had happened, Hiruzen asked what he remembered. Naruto replied that he had been fighting the fake Anbu. Naruto told the Hokage that the opponent could use steel jutsu and that he had defeated her with his 100 Severations jutsu. The Hokage immediately asked what jutsu Naruto meant. Naruto smiled uneasily, guilt toward his grandfather visible in his eyes, and explained that he had snuck into the Hyuga compound and seen people using a powerful taijutsu technique. Hiruzen drew a connection between the Hyuga style and the name of Naruto's jutsu and asked if he had tried to replicate the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Naruto shifted uncomfortably and admitted that he had, but that it had hurt his sword arm and he had been unable to finish the technique cleanly. Hiruzen suggested that the problem was not technique but volume, explaining that when muscles first learn a new jutsu it is easy to pour a constant stream of chakra into it instead of spreading the chakra evenly over the duration of the technique. Naruto thanked him gratefully and called him Gigi. Hiruzen sighed in exasperation at the nickname but accepted it and told Naruto to continue. Naruto then said that the opponent had used a jutsu and he had been injured, and asked when he could leave. Hiruzen replied that he could go when the doctors deemed him ready. Naruto swore under his breath, and Hiruzen admonished him to watch his language. A day after being released from the hospital, Naruto left the Hokage Tower in clean clothes. Hiruzen had given him a scroll containing the salvaged blades from the scene of his battle, explained to Naruto as standardized swords suited to his use. Naruto was pleased at the prospect of being able to summon 6 blades instead of relying on just one. 5 blades had survived intact, the rest were unsuitable for combat and had been sent to the blacksmiths for recycling. In the coming weeks, Konoha would see a surge in high-quality shinobi weapons. The metal from the blades promised steady sales for months, with half the profits designated for Naruto as the supplier, money he intended to spend on training tools. Whistling, Naruto returned to his apartment with his broadsword in hand, taking a few practice swings as his wrist quickly readapted after a week of rest. He jumped onto his bed and lay back on the soft mattress, one of the more comfortable pieces of furniture the Hokage had supplied. He stared at the ceiling and let his mind drift to a memory. In the memory there was a pole tipped with gold, dark and smooth as if carved from marble. A woman in Anbu garb and a blank mask stood among an ocean of blades, their hilts pointing upward like a waiting crowd. She smirked and shouted insults, pointing at a patch on the ground that remained untouched by the blades, a small island of calm in a sharp sea. Naruto watched as the patch shimmered and a boy appeared within it, red hair, torn clothing, a broadsword nearby. He recognized himself. The scene sharpened with predator-like focus. Every sound and movement felt amplified. The memory, though distant, remained clear in a way Naruto could not explain. The mood shifted abruptly as the woman's expression changed. She reacted to something that swept over the ground, and for a moment she laughed in a high, frenzied way before the laughter faded. A voice pronounced her name, Kanna Watanabe, across the training ground. The judge's presence calmed the scene, and then a staff came down in a single, decisive motion. The strike landed with a thunderous impact that echoed across the field, ending the contest in a dramatic, cinematic instant rather than in lingering harm. In that moment Naruto realized who had delivered the blow, the third Hokage. The sight of the man he had thought old and past his prime acting with such precision and finality shocked Naruto. Hiruzen bowed his head afterward and spoke words of respect for the fallen opponent, invoking a wish that the end be merciful. Naruto was stunned by the mixture of decisive action and solemn respect. He could not reconcile the two in his mind, and the questions lingered as he fell into sleep. When he woke, Naruto felt a new curiosity and resolve. He left his apartment and walked briskly through the bustling streets of Konoha, watching the civilians move about their lives with carefree energy and bright excitement. How do they remain so positive about things when the world is so harsh? Or is he the only one who thinks this? He moved through the gates of the private Hokage training grounds he frequented, accompanied by his mentor, the very person who occupied his curiosity. He approached the aged Hokage practicing his hand-to-hand combat forms. Naruto called out to the old man, eager for the answers he believed belonged to him. The old man's head snapped toward him, lighting up with a grin as he acknowledged Naruto and asked what he needed. Naruto immediately pressed for the heart of the matter and asked why the old man showed mercy to his enemies, even at the point of death. Hiruzen's expression grew serious. The sparkle in his eyes dimmed as he prepared himself to explain the harsher realities of the world. He had hoped to reveal this when Naruto took his first mission, but it could not be delayed. May God be merciful with the DLVRY of this difficult truth, he thought. Hiruzen considered life for a long moment, his sigh carrying a hint of melancholy, and explained that every person had their own story. Sometimes those stories intertwined with others, sometimes they remained alone. Each one was unique. He bowed his head, lit a cigar, and noted that people were most vulnerable in their final moments and when they were helpless infants. Those were the times when stories ended and when they began. Every ninja should honor their peers on the battlefield or off, by acknowledging those stories. Naruto stood motionless, hands limp at his sides, his mind racing to grasp the meaning. Hiruzen advised that Naruto would not fully understand now but should remember to always respect the dead and the defeated, to fight with honor, and to commemorate every opponent by sharing their tales. It was something to think about. After that, Hiruzen moved to another section of the training ground to practice his ninja techniques. Naruto remained rooted to the spot, blank and uncomprehending. Abruptly he left the training grounds and walked back to his apartment as if in a trance, unexpectedly unbothered by curious villagers. This was a PRD of deep reflection, a time when his mindset as a ninja would be remade. Permanently. It had been a week since the memory had surfaced, and Naruto had taken his mentor's words to heart. He plunged back into training with a renewed resolve, a will of fire that burned brighter than the memory of his ancestors. Despite this, he had become somewhat detached from the world. The revelation had shaken him and urged him to acquire every attribute necessary for success. He saw the world as it was, not an idealist but a realist. He understood what had to be done. True peace felt like a dream, and reality like a nightmare. He resolved to become the person everyone looked up to, the leader who could guide the country from nightmare to dream, a beacon of hope. No one strong enough had attempted to unite the treacherous nations, and he intended to be the first, under the mantle of Hokage. His elemental control had improved drastically. His lightning affinity had been advancing faster than the others, so Naruto focused on balancing all his elements through training. All of his techniques were now on par, though he favored certain ones. Emotionally, Naruto had grown determined, embodying the will of fire that the village preached, tempered by honor and a measure of compassion the world lacked. So far, Naruto found himself unimpressed with his assigned team. After Kakashi had explained the team's famed and ruthless legacy, Naruto began comparing them to the next generation of the legendary Three Ninja. He also questioned his sensei's training methods. A sensei was supposed to help pupils grow stronger, with only a few C-rank fire techniques, mediocre projectile practice, and basic hand-to-hand styles. The team seemed unlikely to succeed unless Naruto carried them a prospect that did not inspire him. Naruto snorted to himself, skeptical about their first C-rank mission together. He walked to the mission assignment office in the Hokage Tower, where many departments were spread throughout the tower, each overseen by a trustworthy officer or a clone of the Hokage himself. In this case, Naruto met the latter. Even with all the etiquette lessons drilled into him, he could not restrain a snort at the scene waiting at the rendezvous point, Sakura hanging onto Sasuke, who looked furious. Naruto's reaction drew the attention of the three who had gathered, and the shadow clone of the Hokage. The clone greeted Naruto warmly, addressing him like a familiar boy, and Kakashi checked in to ask if Naruto was ready for the mission. Naruto replied that he was well and ready. Sasuke and the clone both winced as if their teeth had clamped down in surprise at Sakura's sudden outburst. Kakashi had been lax with the silencing seal. Sasuke sneered at Naruto with the arrogance of the Uchiha clan, and Sakura shouted that Naruto had been foolish. Naruto acknowledged Sasuke and Sakura with a nod. His voice carried through the air in a melodious tone. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed, as did the shadow clone of the Hokage. They all recognized the siren's song technique at once, immediately analyzing the voice manipulation method that had last been seen during the time of the first generation of the Uzumaki. How the technique had been learned was puzzling. Many had tried to replicate it and failed, losing their voices in the attempt. Naruto smirked as his teammates calmed, waiting for Kakashi's orders. The siren's song technique had worked. Hiruzen thanked Erasure Uzumaki. Eventually, all eyes turned to the Hokage, who sighed. The third Hokage reached into a drawer built into his desk and pulled out a pale purple folder labeled C-rank missions. He opened it, scanned its contents while muttering to himself, then removed a file and replaced the folder. He laid the file on the desk facing the junior ninjas and their instructor so they could see the mission specifications and ordered that Tazuna be brought in. Footsteps echoed, and the door swung open to reveal an aged man wearing a straw hat that cast shadows over his forehead and hid the lines at his brow. He wore baggy beige pants and a slightly brighter shirt. As he spoke, his breath carried the sour scent of alcohol and the junior ninjas recoiled. Tazuna slurred that these were the brats meant to protect him and complained that they did not look like they could hold a knife. He laughed drunkenly, and drops of sake splashed from the bottle in his hand. Naruto flinched away from a drop and felt a shudder at the smell. He held out a kunai to prove himself. Tazuna's laughter faded. He blinked and, in a more sober tone, told Naruto he liked him and asked for his name. Naruto introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki, the last of the Uzumaki clan. Tazuna stared in shock. Sasuke scoffed that a loser like Naruto could not possibly have a clan. Naruto turned, anger kindling at the denial of his heritage, and challenged Sasuke by asking what he was then. Sasuke, sweating, reached for a kunai pouch at his hip and said he was better. Naruto dared him to come at him and show what he was made of. Sasuke lunged, and Naruto raised his kunai to block. Kakashi shouted for them to stop, and the two junior ninjas froze. Sakura had already wrapped a finger around a shuriken, clearly prepared to assist Sasuke. The third Hokage instructed everyone to meet at the village gates the next morning at 9 o'clock sharp and told Tazuna the same. Naruto nodded and began to leave, sheathing his kunai in a single fluid motion. He preferred to keep 5 kunai hidden in various places on his person for tactical flexibility. Just as he reached for the door, it swung open with a gust that threw him off balance. He stumbled backward but recovered by catching himself with his hand. Kurenai entered, carrying a mission report and followed by 3 figures stepping out of her shadow. The third Hokage handed Kurenai a pouch of Ryo as payment and told her how to divide it. The first of the 3 had messy brown hair, sharp black eyes, and 2 red fang-like marks on his cheeks. He wore a fur-lined coat and waved sheepishly. The second wore dark sunglasses that hid his eyes and a sea-green jacket with a high collar. He stood with his hands in his pockets and watched Naruto with a stoic expression. The last was shy, tucked behind the others with short dark blue hair framing her face and a cream-colored jacket with fur cuffs. Kiba cheerfully announced that they were setting off on another D-rank mission and boasted that they had already completed 20, while their teacher Kurenai insisted they still needed more training. Naruto thought Kiba's energy reminded him of a more hyperactive version of his younger self and remembered simpler times when the old Hokage would patiently answer his barrage of questions. Hinata murmured something softly and was ignored. Sakura excitedly announced that they were going on a C-rank mission, and the group reacted with surprised attention. Kakashi quickly engaged the senior ninja and the third Hokage in conversation, trying to steer attention away from the student's outburst. Hinata stammered that it was nice. Naruto considered her quietly. She had never been cruel to him at the academy, nor had she ever taken action to help him. She had only watched. He decided to give her a chance and offered a small, encouraging smile. Hinata blushed and buried her face in her coat, attempting to disappear, though tufts of hair peeking out from behind Kiba's sleeve betrayed her. Kiba agreed with Shino's assessment of the situation, and the scene settled as everyone prepared to leave. Naruto chirped that they were going on a C-rank mission, once again utilizing the siren's song technique. His voice became melodious, a light and pleasant sound drifting through the air that enthralled those who listened. A light haze clouded the minds of the listeners, compelling them to feel a brief, intense euphoria. For a split second, their thoughts soared. Their consciousness was bathed in the amplified happiness that Naruto projected. He did not literally radiate euphoria, but his own happiness was magnified until it reached an extreme state. Naruto's technique served as an amplifier for emotion. When paired with happiness, it could send the mind into a dreamlike calm. At higher intensities, it could bend thought. Constant chakra flow into the voice sustained the effect. The 2 jonin quickly shook off the thrall and glanced at their pupils with worried expressions. Naruto said his goodbyes and left through the door. Everyone blinked. Shino asked what had just happened. In a dark room elsewhere, one person asked if they were certain they should take the mission, doubting Gato's reliability. Another scoffed and dismissed any employer of missing Nin as inherently untrustworthy. The first persisted, pointing out that there were safer employers, especially after the last incident. The second winced and admitted that it had not gone well and that they were back at the top of Gato's version of the bingo book. The first warned not to complain. They had had to neutralize a Hunter Nin squad before being caught. The second grunted agreement and ordered preparations. They told their underling to fetch Gozu and Meizu and to prepare to leave within the hour. The underling acknowledged the command. When would teacher Kakashi arrive? Sasuke asked impatiently. Sakura added that it had already been 5 minutes since he told them to meet here. Tazuna glanced over and asked if they were always like that. Naruto sighed with rare pity. His moral code demanded that he treat all living beings with respect, though he reserved harsher feelings for those irredeemably lost to their own destructive paths. If someone was deluded, he pitied them. If hated, he harbored resentment. If they were a threat to those he cared about, he believed they must be stopped. He mentally categorized the Banshee and her obsession among the tainted, who could be redeemed through honor and care, but some corruption could not be cleansed. He judged the Uchiha's delusions to be so clouded they might never see the true light again. Sakura rambled on about her daily life, and Naruto groaned inwardly. Sasuke had changed significantly. His ninjutsu now included an arsenal of 5 C-rank fire techniques, and his taijutsu had advanced beyond typical genin standards. Naruto remained a different sort of force. Kakashi arrived with a cautious eye and greeted them succinctly. Naruto responded by indicating they should leave, then moved to depart Konoha, already past the gate guards before Sasuke finished his conversation. Kakashi registered the speed and felt a prick of suspicion and competitiveness. Only he could move that fast with Chunin-level speed and chakra-enhanced physiology, he thought, and if Naruto continued improving he would risk being surpassed. He resolved to increase his chakra reserves so he could use his techniques more often. He silently thanked Naruto for the motivation. Naruto bounded along the road, gaping at the wildlife in awe. He had never been out of Konoha and felt equal parts freedom and caution. He straightened from the crouch he had assumed to observe an ant, and Kakashi reacted with a small, knowing exasperation that reminded him of someone else. Kakashi took the lead and formed the diamond formation they had practiced. Kakashi at point, Naruto at the back, Tazuna in the center, Sasuke on the right and Sakura on the left. They walked along a winding road. Naruto's senses stayed alert while Sakura's attention waned. She was twirling her hair and holding a pocket mirror that obscured her vision. Naruto face-bombed, a gesture noticed only by Tazuna, who sent Sakura a discreetly disapproving look. Kakashi, put on edge by Naruto's action, demanded to know what was so funny. Naruto weighed whether to point out her faults bluntly in hopes of helping her improve, or to soften his words to avoid a lecture from Kakashi about teamwork. He decided not to sugarcoat the issue. He warned that if a veteran bandit had attacked Sakura, she would have been overwhelmed almost immediately. Sakura stumbled over thin air and caught herself, looking up in confusion and asking what he meant. Naruto pressed on, saying that she could not even pay proper attention to sounds. Kakashi defended his training, believing that when the time came Sakura would perform well in battle. Tazuna backed Naruto, agreeing that the kid was right, and the exchange did little to ease the tension. Kakashi turned away in a huff and continued the march toward the land of waves. The monotony stretched on, silence dominating the atmosphere as Kakashi joined Sakura and perused his book. Meanwhile, Naruto found constant analysis of their surroundings increasingly taxing. He slumped, his stance falling from ready to dangerously lax. A searing ache plagued his feet. He watched Sasuke and saw that he too was struggling. Looking up at the sky, Naruto noted it was high noon 3 to 4 hours since they had left. Comparing their earlier pace to their current speed, he realized they had slowed by at least half. The genin and their client were falling behind Kakashi. Naruto understood they were tired. Naruto knocked Kakashi out of his stupor and asked for a break, pointing out how worn out everyone looked, especially Tazuna. Sakura had tucked her mirror away and began paying attention. Kakashi closed his book and gave Naruto his undivided attention. His eyes widened at the sight of their shaking legs, Tazuna the worst off with his aged bones trembling, his joints creaking. Kakashi groaned that they should rest, and the group sat down. Naruto admitted to himself that he needed to take breaks now and then for his own health. He wearily scanned the surroundings and recalled advice from Naruto Uzumaki. One should imagine the worst scenario, then visualize it improving so that one could be as ready as possible. The team settled in the center of the road while a blue line on the horizon stretched as far as the eye could see. Naruto announced with relief that they were getting closer to the port. The road was rough and unpaved, and wildlife from the surrounding forest began to spill onto the path as fungal spores clung to its dirtier stretches. A puddle of brown liquid showed how unsanitary parts of the road had become, and Naruto shuddered at the thought of what it might be. When the puddle began to swirl under his watch, Naruto recognized the illusion and dispelled it with a flare of chakra. The others quickly followed with less refined methods. As the warped images dissolved and the scene settled, Naruto felt relieved there were no suspicious puddles or larvae to worry about. Two figures appeared, both in camouflage suits with bandages at their waists, matching gauntlets on their right hands, and forehead protectors bearing the Kirigakure symbol with a slash missing Nin mercenaries. Naruto thought they were hired shinobi, but his thought was cut off by an agonized cry from Kakashi as the pair spread out, revealing a jagged chain linking their gauntlets. The dark metal chain wrapped around the jonin, snagging his flak jacket and leaving marks across it. One of the mercenaries shouted that one was down and they pulled the chain, running in opposite directions to increase the strain. Kakashi's eyes widened with fear, But Naruto suspected that fear was a carefully crafted performance. Naruto knew something about hiding true selves beneath masks. He scoffed inwardly while his teammates gasped and Tazuna went pale. Kakashi disappeared. Sasuke charged, throwing a spread of shuriken while drawing a kunai, then unleashed the grand fireball technique and sent a wall of flame toward the attackers. As the smoke cleared, Naruto took in the aftermath and felt confusion at the odd appearance of the scene, then noticed a log where Kakashi had been. The substitution jutsu had worked and Kakashi was alive. With that realization, Naruto rushed to assist. He manifested the basic broadsword, used substitution to appear behind the opponents, and struck with a series of fierce, sweeping slashes. He executed a rapid multiple-cut technique that drove one of the mercenaries back. That man, Gozu, tried to dash toward his partner, but Sasuke pursued relentlessly. Naruto completed his technique and uttered a short farewell aimed at the enemy's greed. He rotated his sword so the hilt faced upward and the blade hovered over the fallen form in a resolute gesture. The strike that followed was decisive and disabled Gozu without graphic detail, removing him from the fight. The remaining mercenary cried out and rushed toward Naruto, vowing to kill him, but Sasuke intervened and drove a kunai into the man's arm. The attacker lashed out, sending his heavy gauntlet and chain at Sasuke, which wrapped around and dragged him to the ground. Sasuke struggled against the spikes and bindings as the attacker advanced on his primary target. Naruto called forth an appearing technique. A ripple of golden light manifested behind the attacker, and a massive ninjato blade slid out from it, extending with otherworldly motion. The sword passed through the space where the man stood, and Naruto concluded the encounter with a solemn farewell for the misguided soul's attachments, ending the threat without graphic detail. They paused briefly to regroup and catch their breath before moving on. Sakura wailed at Naruto, accusing him of killing the downed shinobi and insisting they had been innocent and only doing their job. Naruto stared at her intensely, then let out an uneasy laugh before regaining composure. He answered Sakura with a melancholy edge, insisting that this was the life of a shinobi and that if he had not acted, the others might have died. He asked whether she would have sacrificed one of them to save the rest. Sakura exploded back that she would gladly sacrifice Naruto himself, calling him an idiot and refusing to accept his rationale. Naruto muttered that she was scum, then turned away and walked ahead, each step heavy with the weight of the day. On the boat, Sakura asked Tazuna why he had hired shinobi from Konoha and whether the Wave Country had its own hidden village. Tazuna snapped that Gato's thugs could appear anywhere and explained that the Wave had no local shinobi. Sakura thanked him, and a rower harshly told everyone to be quiet. An unnatural mist hung over the water, thicker than any ordinary fog. When they set foot on land, their limited sight from the long boat ride was immediately hampered. Naruto dispelled the obstruction with a gust of wind, clearing the mist and giving them a long view ahead. Kakashi praised Naruto's thinking as he scanned the surroundings and the team reformed into a defensive formation. Kakashi then froze. A silhouette resolved from the cleared mist into a man with spiky hair, bandages wrapped around parts of his body, and a massive sword slung in his hand. Sasuke recognized the blade as one of the legendary swords of the mist, and he felt his clan's long rivalry and pride stir. He resolved that he could not let this opponent go unchallenged. Zabuza Momochi mocked Kakashi by name and taunted the group to step aside if they wanted to be spared. Sakura shrank in fear at the killing intent in the air. Sasuke tensed, excitement and readiness sharpening his senses. Naruto felt the inevitability of a confrontation and moved forward as Kakashi broke the formation, leaving the younger shinobi to take defensive positions. Naruto sensed Zabuza's malevolent chakra and summoned his broadsword, coating himself in earth chakra to steady himself against the opponent's power. Kakashi let his forehead protector fall, revealing a pulsing crimson eye patterned with a distinctive three-part design that had a hypnotic effect. Sasuke stared in shock at the sight of the crimson eye, wondering how Kakashi could possess such a power. Kakashi formed a sphere of crackling lightning and prepared to charge just as Zabuza recreated the oppressive mist. The mist closed around them, and the genin tightened their stances. Tazuna swallowed audibly, alarmed. Zabuza's voice echoed through the fog, cold and menacing as he listed possible targets and left them unnerved by the implied threat. Naruto mentally ran through Zabuza's options, thinking like his opponent to predict what attack might come. He raised his broadsword in guard, hands trembling from the pressure. Sasuke struggled as the chakra-saturated mist made breathing difficult. In a moment of despair, he held a kunai to his throat as if considering ending it all, but Naruto looked up and reassured him that they would not let him die. Sasuke allowed himself a brief, small smile at the support. Zabuza mocked them again, claiming that even the famous Uchiha could not withstand his killing intent and shouting about his past and the turmoil in his homeland that had made him a missing nin. His voice rose suddenly, forcing Naruto to leap aside to avoid a swinging blade. Naruto noticed Tazuna, Sakura, and Sasuke skidding to a stop well away from the fight and realized that the confrontation had narrowed to him and Kakashi versus Zabuza. He felt a surge of adrenaline and, tugged by the sense of duty, urged Kakashi to begin the fight. Naruto twitched his arm, dispersing the mist with the last of the chakra he had planted there. Zabuza revealed that he had been standing in the center of their triangle formation and noted that Naruto was smarter than he looked. Naruto responded dryly by thanking Zabuza, flared his chakra, and then withdrew it all into his blade. The broadsword radiated a blinding white light as Naruto raised it toward the sky and ordered the blades to appear. 5 golden ripples of light formed, swirling with ethereal brilliance. That felt warm and encouraging to Naruto's allies and intimidating to his enemies. The ripples positioned themselves around Zabuza, 1 above and 4 circling at his sides. The sound of metal unsheathing echoed, a single spark landing on the missing nin's spiky hair. Zabuza's eyes twitched before he roared and heaved his blade above his head, charging at Kakashi after identifying him as the immediate threat. Naruto smirked and let the blades extract themselves from their ripples, streaked toward Zabuza in a comet-like formation while one plunged from above. Naruto drew his sword and charged. Zabuza dissolved into water where the strike struck, and Kakashi's Chidori did the same. Naruto realized it was a water clone. A sudden, heavy impact landed on Naruto's back and he collapsed to the ground at Sasuke's feet, badly winded and shaken. He wondered why he felt so weak. Naruto gritted his teeth and tried to lift himself, but his arms faltered and the confidence he had been projecting drained away. He caught a glimpse of Kakashi engaging Zabuza, and saw Kakashi gaining the upper hand with the Sharingan. Summoning the last of his strength, Naruto planted his sword's hilt into the ground and sent the blade shooting upward. Naruto unleashed his lightning-style technique, channeling all his chakra into the sword to send a thin, piercing beam of light into the sky. The effort shifted the weather. Dark clouds formed, obscuring the sun, and sudden bolts of white lightning began to crash down around the clashing shinobi. Kakashi and Zabuza, absorbed in their duel, were caught off guard by the storm as lightning struck near their feet. Rather than a sweeping wave, Naruto had compacted his technique into concentrated bolts. The strain of holding the storm took its toll and he panted as he poured chakra into the clouds, desperate to aid his mentor and try to turn the tide of the fight. He acknowledged his own limits but refused to concede when lives were at stake. With grim determination, Naruto invoked a forbidden Uzumaki technique known as manhunt and focused on defeating Zabuza Momochi, channeling chakra into his eyes. The lightning bolts fused into one celestial javelin and struck at impossible speed. Kakashi leapt clear while the javelin slammed into the ground with enough force to carve out a crater and knock Zabuza back. The shock incapacitated the clone. Zabuza let out a single scream before gritting his teeth. Naruto smiled faintly, then slipped into unconsciousness, comforted by the knowledge that Kakashi would handle the rest. As he surrendered to rest, the sword he had planted in the ground began to glow with a deep blue light. Crystalline sapphire-like shards crept up its blade, slowly encasing it until the sword receded into a distant dimension, slipping away to regain strength while its wielder slept. When someone mentioned a dark void, the mind might picture a black expanse of nothingness. It was a place without feeling, not oppressive nor kind, simply empty, beyond comprehension. A gruff voice asked when Naruto would wake up. A high-pitched voice replied that they had no idea, but that his sword had disappeared. Someone suggested they go outside and teased that Sasuke would get another chance to climb trees that round. Sasuke grumbled and stepped outside, followed by Sakura, leaving Kakashi at Naruto's bedside. Kakashi ruffled Naruto's hair with the gentleness of a brother and murmured a wondering question about Obito. He stared off into space, and then Naruto's eyes snapped open. Naruto asked how long he had been out. Kakashi answered that it had been a week. Naruto thought that he must have been out from chakra exhaustion. He asked after the bridge and when it would be finished, already returning his focus to the mission, and Kakashi grimaced. Kakashi informed Naruto that there had been complications. Naruto reacted with a sharp question but let his mentor continue. Kakashi explained that Zabuza was alive and, after Naruto had fallen unconscious, a hunter nin from Kirigakure had taken Zabuza, likely to treat him. Kakashi added that the hunter had been an accomplice and warned that their next confrontation should be expected in a week, advising Naruto to train. Before leaving the room, Kakashi put a hand on Naruto's shoulder and gave a brief pat. Naruto bristled at the gesture, resenting the implication that he needed comfort, and left in a huff. Stepping into a combined dining and living area, Naruto moved toward the active kitchen, but a woman called after him. The woman introduced herself as Tsunami and strode forward to shake his hand firmly. Naruto introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki, added that he was about to train, and asked to be called in for lunch. Tsunami protested that he should not be going outside, reminding him he had been incapacitated recently. Naruto turned to face her with a steely gaze and assured her that he was perfectly capable of handling himself. He then pushed through the door and ignored a group of people he preferred not to see, venturing deeper into the forest to practice new techniques. When Naruto summoned his sword, the expected broadsword had been replaced by a beautiful katana resting with a note balanced along its length. He picked up the note and read that the blade was named the Ancestral Glory, a sword passed down through generations that would accept a single Uzumaki wielder based on heart, soul, and strength. The note explained that the sword's primary power was to amplify chakra by up to twice its normal potency and that it enabled refined shape manipulation and more precise jutsu rather than crude techniques. The note had no signature. Naruto smiled as he examined the katana. He took in the sheath's red metal plating and dyed leather decorations, small gold cylinders for accents, and an ornate golden design at the tip. Unsheathing the sword with fluid motion, he admired the craftsmanship. The blade was proportionate to his size, with seal chains inscribed along its length corresponding to amplification and proportion. A circular guard of 3 stacked golden plates joined the blade to a dark red leather hilt patterned in the traditional diamond style. Naruto tested the blade with a practice swing. The edge cleanly sliced through a tree and then through 3 more behind it when he added a flow of chakra to the strike, demonstrating both precision and amplified power. As he worked, a scroll appeared at his feet. The scroll contained notes on sword styles used by past Uzumaki, and Naruto recognized that his former approach had been freestyle. He decided he wanted a style with precise movements and an element of unpredictability, one that combined water's fluidity and wind's cutting power while reserving lightning and fire for quick bursts and using earth for defense. Among his ancestors' records he found the whirlpool style, created by Mito Uzumaki and popularized by Kushina Uzumaki. Thinking of his mother, Naruto resolved to continue and adapt that legacy into his own kenjutsu, incorporating all his elemental affinities. Practicing the style's motions felt unnaturally easy to him, as if the techniques were an extension of thought into action. Naruto began testing kenjutsu techniques drawn from the whirlpool style. He activated a river rampage technique and vanished in a burst of light, reappearing near a tree to execute 3 rapid slashes before repeating the sequence and cutting several trees apart in quick succession. He noted that a skilled opponent might dodge or block that pattern, so he refined the approach. He switched to a maelstrom variation, vanishing in a flash of azure and moving in linear and triangular patterns to increase unpredictability. He trained the new sequences until he was satisfied with their speed and variety. He settled on a log with scrolls in his lap and decided to test his endurance. Naruto trained well into the night, repeating sets of jutsu and mowing down rows of trees in energetic, anime-like displays of skill and power. He returned to the base exhausted the next day. Kakashi demanded where he had been when Naruto strode through the door, shoulders slumped with fatigue. Naruto replied that he had been training and then went to his room, promptly falling asleep. This routine continued for the full week, 2 days devoted to mastering a single technique and the final day reserved for brushing up on ninjutsu and taijutsu. On the morning of the mission, Team 7 woke to a foreboding atmosphere. Naruto was still asleep in his room. Kakashi advised the team to let him sleep, noting that Naruto had pushed himself too hard the previous night, and the others reluctantly agreed. Sasuke ordered everyone to get to the bridge, stomping out of the door with his team following him. Naruto's eyes snapped open as he took in the wooden ceiling. He bolted out of bed, rubbed the sleep from his face, and dressed quickly in tight black pants and a red silk shirt, covering his hands with gloves. He splashed water on his face from a basin and froze when a threatening voice warned to come quietly or the boy would be harmed. Naruto realized there was a hostage situation and crept quietly to the stairs, assessing the danger as he moved. He hurried down the stairs, summoning ancestral glory and invoking the Maelstrom-style's swift finishing strike to incapacitate the armed intruders. Naruto wiped his blade on a rag and hoped their misguided souls would find peace. Tsunami and Inari stared in shock. It had all been over in a blue flash. Naruto told the others that he was heading to the bridge and suggested they hide at a friend's place before dashing out of the home. He took a shortcut through the foliage and emerged from a small forest to find a raging battle. Sasuke was surrounded by a glistening blue dome of protection and looked battered and sluggish under an onslaught of needle-like attacks. Sakura guarded Tazuna while Kakashi fought Zabuza. Naruto focused on Sasuke, furious at his teammates' condition, and unleashed a barrage of attacks using his whirlpool techniques. The strikes intensified and finally cracked the dome, allowing Sasuke to limp away to receive first aid from Sakura, who produced the team's medkit to help him. Naruto faced a hunter ninja alone on the field and announced that it was just the two of them. The hunter ninja confirmed the match. Water pooled and rose into the air, forming pillars that froze into thin, needle-like structures. Naruto responded with a Maelstrom-style finishing strike, attempting to get behind his opponent and deliver a decisive blow. The hunter ninja evaded and countered with a leg sweep. Naruto leapt and continued the exchange. Naruto blended a blade technique with flame manipulation, sending a pillar of fire at his adversary. The hunter ninja ducked, and Naruto grinned with satisfaction when one of his strikes seemed to connect. He followed with a downward slash combined with his flame, expecting to finish the fight, but the hunter ninja countered with a flurry of Senbon. Naruto twisted in midair to avoid the projectiles, was kicked away, then returned to the assault. Haku appeared on the field and offered a cool, detached evaluation of Naruto's performance. Naruto activated his chakra blade in a downward arc and then launched a barrage of chakra arcs aimed at the opponent's last position, but the hunter ninja continued to evade with precise movements. Naruto kept his composure, used substitution to reposition to the ground, and closed the distance on Haku. They traded a series of evasive maneuvers and attacks, neither gaining a clear upper hand. Naruto's adrenaline pushed him forward with fierce determination. His forward lunge grazed the hunter, leaving a minor wound, and the hunter responded with a close-quarters flurry to limit his reach. Naruto backflipped to regain his footing, shaken at how close the battle had come. Naruto engaged again with a water-based torrent technique that formed and froze into a platform. The hunter overpowered his attempt with her own chakra and maintained the advantage. The earth shifted under Naruto's control as he summoned a massive jagged spike of rock that rose from the ground and launched the hunter into the air, impaling her on the tip of the formation. The earth technique pinned her and caused severe pain, but the depiction of injury was contained to the tactical outcome rather than graphic detail. Naruto lowered the formation until it became a raised platform and then reshaped the earth into a bed and a chair. He sat and prepared medical aid. The hunter cried out in pain and was unable to move. Naruto used the medkit to administer stabilizing medicine and stopped the worst of the immediate danger. The pain eased, and the hunter was alive though incapacitated. Naruto told Haku that she had 3 minutes before she died. He paused to let the weight of the words sink in, then said he was an attentive listener and asked if she had anything to say. "Oh," surprised, asked why. Naruto explained that everyone has a story and he wanted to be immersed in hers. Haku's face hardened with cold fury as she asked if she was nothing but a tool for him to listen to. Naruto shook his head, pained, and said he believed death becomes more acceptable when one can unburden themselves. Haku took a few deep breaths and nodded, serene at the thought of finally resting after years of running. She remembered being born a girl in the land of water, with a loving father and mother and a working-class family. She recalled awakening the ice-release bloodline and losing everything. Tears fell as she described how, when Zabuza approached her, she learned that it was better to be hated for what one truly was than for what one pretended to be. An imagined clock seemed to chime as the moment of passing arrived. Naruto bowed his head in respect and said she was a good person and should find peace in the things she loved. Haku opened her mouth as if to speak but closed it, looking at Naruto with gratitude as the life left her. Naruto murmured a wish that she might rest in peace, and a serene smile crossed her face. Naruto felt relieved that his words had helped her accept the end. A sudden, anguished cry rose from the other side of the bridge, a rush of hostile intent forcing Naruto to his knees. Kakashi struggled to hold his position as Zabuza charged toward Naruto, massive sword in hand, roaring that Naruto would pay. Zabuza swung, and Naruto rose to meet him, blade locked against blade. Naruto steadied himself and pushed with all his strength in the lock, his smaller, more refined blade holding against the heavier weapon. He told Zabuza that Haku would not want him to dwell endlessly on her death and that she had thought of Zabuza as a father figure. Naruto fought back tears as he defended the memory of the fallen. Zabuza, stunned, asked quietly if it was true and, with a mixture of joy and sorrow, declared he would still avenge her. Both men were heavy with grief and neither truly wanted to continue fighting. Naruto offered a truce with a watery smile and extended his hand. Zabuza relaxed slightly. A rough voice interrupted, drawing everyone's attention. Zabuza demanded to know what Gato was doing there. Gato sneered that bandits were cheaper than Zabuza and moved forward with his gang jeering behind him. He walked up to Haku's fallen form, prodded it with his cane, and kicked it, showing contempt. Naruto's anger flared at the dishonor. Naruto's chakra flared, shifting from calm white into a fierce, focused form. He declared that Gato would pay and shaped the chakra into an armored construct around himself, like stylized samurai armor with a visor and two swords trailing golden energy. He considered a name for it, then focused and sent it after the bandits. The construct moved with precise, anime-like force, swiftly incapacitating the attackers without graphic harm. Those who tried to flee were intercepted and subdued by Zabuza and Kakashi, who fought alongside Naruto for the moment. Gato began to back away as Naruto deactivated the construct and landed. Gato pleaded for negotiation and offered anything. Naruto condemned him as greedy and immoral, saying he embodied everything deserving of contempt, and declared it time to end the suffering Gato had caused. Naruto brought his sword up and aimed at Gato's midsection. The businessman's eyes widened in fear. Naruto lunged, and a loud, ear-piercing cry rang out across the bridge. Naruto screamed that they must repent for their sins, voice wild and unsteady. He cradled his head in his arms, wondering why such an honorable person had to die and whether any of it was his fault. He remembered that she had been wonderful but outwardly misguided, and that she had once found someone who cared for her. Now she was gone. The tragedy replayed in his mind, each moment haunting him as if he were forced to watch the past without the power to change it. Wet drops stained his bedsheets as he mourned one of the most expressive people he had ever met. He gave a watery smile and stared up at his window. The full moon cast silver beams that gently touched his hair as he drifted toward sleep. A knock at the door jolted Naruto awake before dawn, orange light only just touching the horizon. The sound of the sea reached him, and he smiled faintly, feeling in tune with the world. More knocking followed until he finally crossed the room and opened the door. Kakashi stood in the hallway, eyes sharp and intent. He told Naruto it was time for training, but his voice faltered when he saw dried tear stains and bloodshot eyes. Naruto closed the door, uninterested, and as Kakashi moved to leave he heard the familiar click of the lock. Kakashi sighed and went toward the communal area to inform the team. Naruto retreated to the mattress Tsunami had provided and lay back, staring at the ceiling before his gaze drifted to the window. He felt the pull the scrolls had mentioned and hesitated at the door, uncertain whether to risk it. He slid the window open, climbed out, and sat on the ledge for a moment. Then his silhouette vanished into the rising sun. Sakura later reported to Kakashi that she had tried to bring Naruto lunch but he had not responded. Kakashi ordered them to find him and they set off, Sasuke in tow. Meanwhile, Naruto had reached the ruins. To most it appeared to be collapsed stonework, but the Uzumaki clan knew better. Beneath the rubble lay a hidden temple, built by their ancestors and said to contain the remains of one of the clan's most prodigious members. The anonymous figure was tied to a tugging feeling the scroll had mentioned, a presence long lost for centuries. Naruto's excitement grew as he shifted pieces of rubble with renewed energy. Hours passed under the glaring sun. Sweat ran down his back and brow as he persevered, though the effort seemed fruitless until, with a final burst, he cut through the obstruction with a blade of chakra. Dust cleared and he uncovered a ladder. Around its perimeter, small seals glimmered faintly. Naruto traced a finger along the seals and read their meanings: blood, identification, intruder, trap, soul, death. The defense mechanism recycled these concepts through its complexity. Understanding enough, he pricked his finger on a throwing knife and let a drop of blood fall on the blood identification seal, then descended the long ladder. He reached a dusty catacomb, a circular chamber with 4 tunnels branching out. Naruto used the shadow clone technique to create 4 copies and instructed them to investigate each tunnel. Each clone vanished at the entrance, suggesting the presence of seals. The clones did not return, some burst apart in flashes of colored smoke when they met the thresholds of the tunnels. Naruto shrugged and moved into the western passage. The tunnels felt ancient but not entirely stale. As he proceeded, a sudden impact threw him backward onto the cold floor. He muttered that it seemed like a maze and retraced his steps toward the eastern tunnel, which finally opened into a shrine. The chamber housed a statue of the dragon god above an altar, carved with lifelike, unsettling detail. Eyes stared downward, orbs glinting mysteriously as something in the shrine seemed to move. Naruto shuddered. Beautifully woven tapestries lined the walls, smooth silk glowing faintly in the candlelight that barely illuminated the chamber. Naruto's gaze drifted to the altar, where a lonely scabbard lay, draped in silk that flowed like a peaceful river in shades of blue to silver. He grinned with glee at the sight and thought the place was a gold mine as he picked it up. Air moved through the shrine and the scabbard began to glow with streaks of sumptuous white light, like lights as across a night sky. The glow swirled in an ellipse around it, and a phosphorescent flame added a gradient that made the whole sight undeniably beautiful. Suddenly, his ancestral blade materialized, startling Naruto. He had not given any command for it to appear, and he wondered why it had. The sword slid into the scabbard as if magnetically drawn, and lights consumed it. Sparks flew, clearing centuries of dust from the chamber. Silver tones blended with the other colors to form a lustrous, moon-like radiance. A blinding flash erupted from the sheath and sword, throwing Naruto backward and crashing him onto the now cleansed floor. He rolled forward and then dashed, watching as the radiant glow faded and anticipating what would come next. When the light subsided, a sword remained impressive beyond words. The blade was a dark black that swallowed light, a void in the dim chamber where pools of light seemed to be negated on contact. It ended in a pointed tip rather than a typical katana edge. There was no traditional guard. Instead, a cylindrical loop curled like a dragon's wing around an ethereal sphere that produced a mist which cloaked the blade. The hilt was a simple cylinder finished with a heavy pommel, adding mass to increase the force behind strikes. Silver silk wrapped the grip in exquisite quality. Naruto gaped in shock at how light it felt, almost like holding a dagger. The tip gleamed as it moved slightly through the air, controlled with precise motions and a faint whistling. A booming voice in his mind explained that the black light allowed its wielder to employ genjutsu through the blade as a medium, that the blade would guide him, and that it conducted chakra and allowed for all elemental techniques, with water jutsu being especially potent. Naruto searched every nook and cranny of the shrine and found no source for the voice. He sighed and thanked the dragon god inwardly, then examined the weapon thoughtfully, stroking an imaginary beard as he tried to remember where he had seen anything like it before. He produced a sealing kit, the storage seals on his thigh revealing where it had been kept. He painted an advanced storage seal responsive only to his chakra and sealed the blacklight into it in the shape of a flame, offering a silent prayer to the dragon god before returning to the main chamber. The thought of hours more climbing stopped him. He decided against it. Back with his companions, Naruto and the others walked toward the village of Konoha. The Jonin Kakashi turned to Naruto with barely concealed anger and demanded to know where he had been. Sasuke and Sakura snickered behind him. Naruto stalled for time, thinking of excuses. Kakashi threatened to make him perform D-rank duties for a month if he did not explain. Naruto twitched with annoyance and insisted it was clan business. Sasuke retorted that Naruto was the class clown and could never have a clan. Naruto bristled and scoffed that he was vastly superior to Sasuke, calling him a pompous brat who did not know his place, and added that he knew Sasuke and thought him worse. He smirked as Sasuke failed to find a comeback, then quieted and continued walking. As they walked, Naruto absent-mindedly touched the seal of the dragon and felt a twitching urge he could not explain. He wondered what was wrong with him. He had never felt such a strong pull before. Naruto then challenged Sasuke and Sakura to a race to Konoha, promising a ramen voucher to the winner. Sasuke raised the stakes by offering a couple of hundred ryo, and Sakura added a 50% voucher to a local restaurant. Kakashi took a position 10 meters behind them and gave the signal to start. Naruto accelerated, drawing blacklight in a single practiced motion that granted him a burst of speed. Kakashi's eyes widened as he watched Naruto pour chakra into his feet, using an amount any A-rank shinobi would reserve carefully. Kakashi noted that they still had 10 kilometers left to travel and worried that most civilians could not run even a single kilometer without collapsing, so he resolved to keep an eye on Sakura, who lagged slightly behind Sasuke. Naruto, however, showed no qualms about his wager. Naruto announced that he had about 100 ramen vouchers and another 50 of more useful ones. Kakashi, however, discounted a key player in what he perceived as a victory. Kakashi called for barbecue, salivating as he sprang forward and sprinted ahead at Jonin-level speed. Naruto responded by using the substitution technique to disappear and reappear in a trail of logs, covering long distances with the jutsu to catch up. Naruto exclaimed that he wanted ramen. Naruto then used the water clone technique, producing 10 clones that spread out in a line from the village gates to his position. Kakashi had already pulled ahead by several meters and again called for barbecue. Naruto countered with a maneuver he labeled Maelstrom style, Swift Strike. The technique's true purpose was to reappear behind a target at tremendous speed. Naruto spun in a controlled whirlwind and vanished in a burst of enhanced movement, reappearing behind a clone 100 meters ahead. He neutralized the clone with a swift, non-graphic strike and repeated the pattern, ignoring any discomfort from the exertion. Naruto celebrated loudly that he had ramen, while Kakashi protested about his barbecue and Naruto declared his victory with characteristic enthusiasm. It was safe to say that Naruto won. After the mission report, Naruto addressed Hiruzen, the Hokage. Hiruzen frowned at the formal tone. Such formality meant something was wrong. Naruto, without his usual exuberance and instead carrying a sense of foreboding, requested a transfer to another team. Kakashi bowed his head in despair at the request, feeling his last chances of reconnecting with his sensei's legacy slip away. His single visible eye shone with unshed tears. Hiruzen asked why Naruto wanted a transfer. Naruto explained that it was more about the team than the mentor. He said that Sasuke and Sakura were irritating. Sakura felt useless to him, and Sasuke was unbearable with his pride and constant demands. Kakashi managed a watery smile and a half-hearted chuckle at Naruto's bluntness. Naruto recalled a flashback of interaction with Sasuke. Sasuke had demanded to know where a new sword had come from and tried to claim it. Sasuke expected Naruto to hand it over and even demanded to be taught all of Naruto's jutsu, convinced his victory was assured. Naruto turned away, thinking Sasuke not worth his time and eager to work on a new genjutsu. When Sasuke chased after him and struck, Naruto's substitution caused him to dissolve into a puddle of water, a confusing result for Sasuke. A disembodied voice had warned that prioritizing friendship over revenge was important. Back in the present, Naruto said the team lacked synergy and that unless they sheltered him from every threat it would never work. He added that he feared Sasuke's Sharingan might copy the Uzumaki clan's techniques, which he found unacceptable. He stated his desire to protect his clan's future. Hiruzen recognized Naruto's motives and acknowledged his training. Hiruzen agreed to transfer Naruto, suggesting that Team 8 might suffice, but Naruto surprised them by asking instead to be temporarily pulled off duty to train with Might Guy's squad. Kakashi reacted in alarm, warning Naruto that Guy's training would test his sanity to the limits. Naruto decided that the madness appealed to him and volunteered enthusiastically to train with Might Guy. Hiruzen granted the request. Naruto would train with Might Guy daily for as long as he wished and use his free time to work on other specialties. Naruto bowed stiffly in thanks. Hiruzen reminded him that the Chunin exams were in a month and that he expected Naruto to be ready. Naruto agreed, and Hiruzen dismissed him, offering help if needed. Kakashi observed that Naruto had really grown up, and Hiruzen, staring into space, trailed off with a sorrowful expression. The next day, Naruto sought out Training Ground 9, the place where he expected to find Might Guy. He pushed open the gate and was greeted by an unforgettable sight. A man in a green jumpsuit with bright leg warmers and huge eyebrows like caterpillars bounded up to him, wearing a bowl cut and a face that never seemed to relax. The man gave Naruto a massive thumbs up and celebrated the arrival of another youthful pupil. Naruto offered a hesitant thanks. Might Guy, exuberant and loud, urged them to run 50 laps around the village, thrilled at the prospect. A miniature version of Guy, one of his cheerful students, cartwheeled up to Naruto, beaming a sunburst smile and exclaiming that Naruto was most youthful to train with them. They all shouted about exercising their youthful selves and set off from the training ground. Naruto sighed and trudged after them, but as he rolled to the side and drew a kunai, a hand landed on his shoulder. He snapped his head toward the owner of the hand, saw a shocked gaze, and apologized quietly. Naruto admitted that he was a little on edge today. Tenten, noticing, asked if it was only a little. Observing her, Naruto immediately deduced that she was a weapons expert by the number of pouches that presumably held throwing weapons. She wore a pink sleeveless cheapao-style blouse, dark green pants, and the Konoha forehead protector on her head. Naruto confirmed that he would be spending at least a month there and introduced himself firmly, asking for her name. Tenten replied that she was Tenten. Naruto suggested they start running and followed the Jonin out of the training ground gates. They ran side by side, making conversation as another shinobi joined them. Naruto scrutinized the newcomer and quickly recognized his heritage. The Hyuga were known to be particularly distant, and Neji fit that pattern. Tenten reminded Naruto of Sakura from their generation, though quieter. By the 10th lap, Naruto and Tenten slowed their pace while Guy and his energetic student were already on their 20th. Tenten and Neji began to lag, with Neji gradually inching ahead. Naruto's resolve tightened. He resolved he would not be beaten. If he was to become Hokage, he had to be the strongest by his own strength, not relying on inheritance. Channeling a large portion of his chakra into his feet, Naruto sped ahead along the empty trail. His mind raced to keep up as he lapped the pair several times before falling in step with them, limbs weary and mind exhausted. It was the 50th lap. Guy praised Naruto's youthful energy, and Naruto thanked them weakly while asking if every day of training would be like this. The two lookalikes replied that not every day would be that intense, though they did go on missions weekly. Naruto declined the missions, saying his goal was to get stronger rather than perform for recognition. Guy nodded in understanding and proposed some taijutsu training while they waited for the others to finish. He reminded them it would be taijutsu only and then signaled for them to begin. Lee charged immediately, leaping into the air and forming a V with his leg as he launched a dynamic entry. Naruto responded by sinking lower to the ground in a lethargy stance, letting Lee's leg pass overhead. Lee's superior speed surprised him. Lee's leg blurred downward and struck Naruto's outstretched palm. Naruto reinforced his skin with earth chakra using unmoving. With his hand closing around Lee's foot, Naruto tossed him away and noticed the sudden sting on his hand. The skin was blistered. He realized how powerful Lee's strikes were and resolved he needed to strengthen his feet with chakra to handle that force. Naruto charged, moving side to side and using careful strafing to close in on Lee. From behind his opponent, he attacked in the Twin Panther style, forming claw-like chakra in his hands for a claw technique. Lee countered with a spinning hook kick. Neither found space to avoid the other's strike, and both were sent flying backward. Naruto felt the impact more due to his lesser taijutsu training, though both felt the pain similarly. Naruto suspected his childhood hardships had dulled how much it affected him. Lee launched a leaf whirlwind, delivering a blur of high and low spinning kicks that pushed Naruto around. Naruto grinned inwardly. He had finally found a worthy competitor. He rolled backward to cushion his fall and pulsed chakra outward to sense Lee. Lee cartwheeled forward and lashed out with a perfectly angled upward kick. Their feet connected, and Naruto used the momentum to launch off the ground, flipping midair and preparing for Lee's descent. Naruto poured chakra into his right arm and tightened the muscle to present his elbow as Lee came down, driving an elbow strike into Lee's throat that sent him skidding and slumping against a tree. Naruto stepped back to show respect and watched Lee struggle to his feet. Naruto asked if Lee was ready, and when Lee leapt again they met in midair, exchanging blows until both dropped exhausted. They traded techniques back and forth, Naruto using claw and fang, Lee answering with leaf whirlwind, dynamic entry, elbow, and leaf drop. Lee delivered a falling leaf drop that caught Naruto's hands and knocked him off course, sending him flying through the air. Naruto noted that it was the second time that had happened and resolved to increase his practice. Naruto activated Stalking Panther, coating himself with wind chakra to reduce resistance and lightning chakra to heighten his senses. He vanished from view and reappeared behind Lee, delivering a flurry of kicks and punches that sent Lee tumbling down like a meteorite. Guy rushed forward and caught his fallen student. Naruto landed nearby, panting and short of breath. He asked Guy to tell Lee thanks for the spar and that he appreciated the challenge. He rasped that he had done well, downing a bottle of water and handing Guy a similar one. Exhaling in satisfaction from the fight, the victory, and the refreshing drink, he added that it was herbal tea that would help the student recuperate and strengthen the immune system. Guy nodded gratefully, held his student's mouth open, and poured the liquid in. Naruto smiled serenely at the care Guy showed and thought that he wished all teachers cared so much, then frowned. Breaking the silence, Naruto said he should be off and that he would see them there tomorrow. Guy thanked Naruto for coming. Naruto replied that he would come anytime, addressed Guy as Guy-sensei, and walked out of training ground in the dim light of the moon. A lone figure stepped into a clearing where the nearby flora and fauna had already gone to sleep. The moon shone overhead, its silver beams barely illuminating him as the trees opened above to let the light through. He had red hair and striking blue eyes that seemed to glow in the moonlight. With his right palm outstretched, he poured chakra into it, activating the seal of the dragon, a storage seal shaped like a sun. Under the moon's presence the seal paled, and Naruto watched as his blade, blacklight, formed. At first it was only an outline, then it gained color, shape, and texture until it was whole. He admired the sword's beauty, running a fingertip along its length as it lay flat on his palm, surprisingly light. Naruto asked the blade to teach him the art of illusions. The blade responded by glowing with a white light that filled his mind with visions of other wielders using the technique from the victim's point of view. The blade explained that the first technique was called mirror image. The user's form vanished and reappeared at the intended location, and the user could manipulate its movements with effort. Naruto nodded. Holding the sword, he invoked the mirror image technique. The process proved twofold. First, he bent the ambient light around him with a heavy flow of chakra, warping it until he became effectively invisible. This complex process required a constant projection similar to a chakra construct but withheld from physical form. Second, he had to place the mirror image precisely at the intended spot. Light traveled, and to make a stationary image he had to prevent it from flickering between locations, otherwise it would blur and be obvious. He realized this could be useful for disorienting an opponent. To keep the illusion convincing, He had to delete and refresh projections in split seconds, updating them continuously. After a strenuous minute of concentration, he created a mirror image he could sustain for 10 seconds without becoming visible to the naked eye. He repeated the technique, practicing endurance and skill. With repetition, the initial cast time dropped, and he managed to cast it faster while increasing the illusion's survivability. The blade's booming voice told him it was a matter of getting used to it. Naruto continued his practice through the night until the technique's potency strengthened enough that the illusion seemed to physically manifest around midnight. Naruto suspected the illusion techniques maintained a connection to the moon, which felt fitting since he had acquired the sword at the shrine of the dragon god, a primordial sea deity. He wondered if the moon's pull on water might be related to the sword's power. Exhausted, he trudged back to his apartment, worn out but satisfied with the improvements he had made. He had accepted the immense chakra strain the jutsu placed on his reserves and learned to sustain it longer. His personal best under abundant lunar energy had been 10 minutes and 52 seconds. He had also reduced the initial casting time to a few seconds, though the real challenge remained multitasking. While casting, he would still need to fend off an opponent. The sentient blade, which he had learned was his mentor, had warned him about countless dramatic combat scenarios in which an opponent might interrupt him. The blade described intense, cinematic interruptions to illustrate the risks, but it made clear that only a sensory-type enemy or someone with a powerful visual technique could reliably break the mirror image. Naruto lay on his bed, yawning and pondering what the next day would bring. 2 weeks after the initial meeting between the 5 kindred spirits, they had trained relentlessly. The seniors worked hard but not as hard as their underclassmen. Lee and Naruto had become role models to Tenten, though Niji would deny it. Their sensei had decided they were ready to advance in their specialties ahead of the middle rank exams, focusing on countering weaknesses and raising overall skill. Tenten's glaring vulnerability to wind-based opponents made her especially threatened by fighters from the village hidden in the sand, so she chose to supplement her style by training in earth-based techniques to better withstand such assaults. Niji's reliance on his clan's close-range visual techniques left him exposed to long-range ninjutsu users, so he worked on mobility tactics like rapid movement to offset that weakness. Lee made substantial improvements to his hand-to-hand combat, and Naruto did as well, maintaining an edge through the incorporation of elemental chakra into his style. Without a burst of chakra, Naruto could now run the village course of 50 laps and lift several boulders, matching Lee without enhancements, though using chakra remained more efficient. Naruto discovered Blacklight carried its own arsenal of specialized techniques aimed at fluid, precise ways to defeat an opponent. He had grown fond of the sentient blade, which offered useful advice when situations required complex analysis. Over the course of a week, he had mastered the mirror image in both sunlight and moonlight. The Blacklight's illusions proved substantially more potent under lunar influence, and there was more for him to learn. Now accustomed to severe chakra strain, Naruto had mastered a separate technique, the cataclysmic chains, in which chains of his chakra would form and bind an opponent to the ground. There were 2 methods for the chains. One was illusionary, requiring the strenuous task of bending light and fooling an opponent's senses into thinking they were bound, and the other caused the chains to manifest physically, which was the preferred route. Naruto had just begun working on his next technique in the Blacklight sword style, called the torrent. The torrent sent a thin beam of potent chakra from the tip of the blade like a taut string, capable of cutting through defenses and chakra constructs in an elegant, focused strike. It could disrupt barriers and sever chakra flows to a limited extent, a substantial yet manageable flaw to its power. Naruto thanked Guy and bowed to show his respect for the high-ranked ninja's commitment to camaraderie and hard work. Guy encouraged him with his characteristic nice guy pose. Naruto smiled at the gesture, then said farewell to Lee and the others, telling them he would see them at the upcoming middle-ranked ninja exams. He left the 9th training ground with a wistful smile at the fond memories he had made with them, then hardened his gaze as he realized what would have to be done. He resolved that he must strengthen himself. The middle-ranked ninja exams would not be kind, and he suspected that some participants might be at the level of high-ranked ninja. He intended to be the best he could be. The sentience of Blacklight offered to help, stating matter-of-factly that it could train him in the art of manipulating water on a level that evoked dragons. When Naruto felt like he was being watched and asked how, the sentience instructed him to go to the clearing at sunset and said it would begin then. Naruto subconsciously nodded and closed the mental connection. He searched the village, the Hokage training grounds, and the Sarutobi estate, wondering where his favorite person might be. Frustrated, he dashed into the Hokage's office and found an unorthodox sight. A brash voice insisting they were ready while the third Hokage offered an audible sigh. Kiba was trying to convince the old man of something. Hiruzen greeted Naruto as he entered. When Naruto asked what was happening, Hiruzen explained that Team 8 wanted a C-rank mission but were not ready. Despite the technical rules that teams could progress after completing an average of about 20 D-rank missions, the Hokage retained the authority to withhold approval. The genin of Team 8 looked at Naruto with pleading eyes, stirring a fire in him to help his comrades. Kurenai lowered her gaze in shame, feeling she should have trained them better as shinobi. Naruto offered to join them on the mission and asked the Hokage to allow it. Hiruzen produced a neatly wrapped package bearing the symbol of the village hidden in the leaves and explained that the mission was to deliver it to Madame Shirjimi, the feudal lord's wife. Hiruzen then asked Kurenai to appoint Naruto as second-in-command for the mission. Kurenai protested briefly and then respectfully asked why Hiruzen believed Naruto was ready. The third Hokage smiled mysteriously and assured her that he would vouch for Naruto. Kurenai nodded with something like disbelief in her eyes. For someone so young to have the Hokage's confidence was extraordinary. She commanded immediate departure to the capital, instructing that they must not keep the feudal lord waiting, and Team 8 followed her out the door. Naruto remained behind. Hiruzen noticed and asked what was on his mind. Naruto mentioned that he had acquired a new blade and explained that the sword, the Blacklight, seemed to be the sword of Ryujin, empowered by the moon and possibly linked to water. Hiruzen's expression clouded with worry at the mention of the sword's lore. Naruto added that, according to the book he had read, the blade carried a curse, though he did not know its nature. The aged Hokage slumped in his chair with weary concern but promised to have a scholar research it. Hiruzen asked if Naruto had any places of reference to start, and Naruto immediately listed a few sources. Naruto and Team 8 later walked down a winding road after passing through Tanzakugai for a water refill. Kurenai asked why Naruto was taking the mission with them, since he had been assigned to Kakashi's team. Naruto's expression darkened briefly, though his tone remained light and pleasant. He said he had quit Kakashi's team and was now a one-man force. He made several playful gestures that made the others giggle. He joked seriously that Sasuke and his companion were an insufferable duo and warned them to keep their distance to avoid trouble. They had been traveling for 6 hours and were making steady progress. Kurenai decided they would take a short break every 3 hours for 10 minutes, noting that if they pushed too hard their feet would feel heavy and they would struggle to evade attacks. It was a practical precaution against embarrassment as much as harm. Hinata asked Naruto nervously what he had been up to, turning her head away and feeling her cheeks flush. Naruto noticed her shyness and the subtle warmth it brought to the group's mood. Naruto thought it was a phenomenon as he answered the question. He explained that he had been training, moving between the company of Guy and Blacklight, a mentor of his. Shino inquired politely which guy he meant. Kurenai halted, her face paling and her eyes unfocusing. Naruto mischievously redirected attention to the Jonin with a small smirk. Kurenai shuddered and muttered broken, rapid words that made little sense. Green jumpsuit, bowl cut, caterpillar eyebrows, clones, sunset, beach. She shuddered violently at each word, especially the last two. Naruto warned that it was better not to know, his left eye twitching as he winced. Hinata cut off the conversation with a shy response. Naruto's thoughts drifted to a curse he had read about. He hoped it was only a myth, though he feared it might not be. At the very notion his eyes stung with water, and he bowed his head. He resolved to prevent it by building stronger bonds. No cursed blade would stop him. He would become Hokage with all his loved ones by his side, whatever the cost. The group continued along the path, taking the occasional break but unable to break the awkward silence that had settled over them. The sky turned orange as streaks of pink raced across it and the sea reflected the changing light. Naruto noted that night was approaching and that black light would grow stronger in the darkness. He also recognized the danger. If bandits had been following them, they would be likely to strike then. Naruto stopped the group and spoke quickly, giving orders in a whisper. He asked Hinata to scan the area with her Byakugan, told Shino to have his insects form a perimeter, and instructed Kiba to have Akamaru detect scents. Kiba asked why such sudden precautions were necessary, and Kurenai listened closely and assessed their situation. Naruto indicated the setting sun and explained that nightfall would make an opportune moment for any bandits to strike. The team nodded and set off to their tasks. 3 of them prowled the wide road with various skills activated, leaving Kurenai and Naruto walking together. Kurenai praised Naruto, saying she understood why the Hokage had appointed him second in command. Naruto shrugged and said he would hate for any of his friends to be harmed. Kurenai admitted she had not realized the 4 were so close. Naruto narrowed his eyes and clarified that while they were not particularly close, they had never been unreasonable toward him either. Kiba approached and asked what they had been talking about. Naruto dismissed it as nothing, then asked the others if they were absolutely certain about something. The tone put them on edge, as if he suspected their assessment was wrong. Naruto looked toward the sunset with a longing expression. Shino spoke on behalf of the 3 genin to confirm they were certain. Naruto accepted this and said they would continue on their way. Kurenai was surprised by how serenely Naruto carried himself. The 2 male members of Team 8 wondered about his abrupt shifts in demeanor. Hinata, thinking of him with affection, quietly reacted without asking for explanations. Kurenai observed that something seemed off in the way Naruto was at ease. Darkness then flooded the sky, a black wash spreading over the orange-red water until night fully replaced day. Naruto's skin briefly took on a mysterious purple glow before the light receded. Hinata noticed and stuttered that his skin had glowed darkly. Kiba gave a confirming grunt. Naruto answered calmly, as if the strange occurrence did not unsettle him. Unbeknownst to most of them, Shino had been listening intently. Kurenai had fallen back a few meters and taken up the rear. Shino observed that his insects had reacted strangely, showing signs of both fear and fascination. They had been reporting an abundance of chakra in Naruto, and now they seemed inexplicably drawn to it. Naruto walked with uncanny balance, staring at the moon without tripping. He admired the moon as if it were a beautiful, steady source of energy. The moonlight strengthened and silvered the road ahead, making his path easier to see. He positioned his palm facing the sky and allowed the seal of the dragon to glow. In effect, a reverse storage seal activated, directing moonlight in a way that seemed to feed blacklight. The seal thrummed with a comforting resonance that gave Naruto a warm sense of belonging and solace rather than anger or passion. He considered the possibility that sensory detection might be unreliable. Bandits could hide among trees or coat themselves in mud to fool sight, smell, and insect detection. He sent a diluted pulse of chakra outward, intentionally softening its presence to make it less detectable than his usual dense chakra. Naruto thought that if his bad luck were a factor, his suspicions about stealthy opponents would be proven correct. The chakra, unaccustomed to remaining formless, began to change in a way he could feel but not yet name. A subtle shift moved through the air, signaling that something more was happening. A colony of bats formed above Naruto, splitting into different groups that divided and spread out in varied directions. They made low clicking noises to reassure Naruto as he awaited their return. Each bat probed up to a mile, retracing its flight pattern and reconvening into the single colony, using the night sky as cover. Naruto reviewed the information they had gathered by replaying the bats' individual feeds simultaneously, like a security guard watching multiple screens. In this role, Naruto became the guard, his vision clouded by the overlapping footage of the chakra-constructed bats now hovering above him and awaiting further orders. This left him vulnerable. Any enemy could have launched a kunai, and even an academy student could dodge a projectile. The bats picked up individual scents, sights, and sounds. Naruto's mind overloaded as it filtered the flood of data. The smell of forest dominated, bark both decayed and healthy, old, singed firewood, and many other scents game animals and various herbs, some poisonous and some not. Naruto focused his colony of bats on a single location when one pattern matched what he had been looking for. He mentally registered a hit and directed the bats toward the origin of the scent he had labeled, "Stupid Bandit." The team continued along the now straight road. Naruto's legs moved instinctively, but his head remained rigid, his expression almost frozen. Kurenai watched him closely, her gaze wary and questioning as she judged his odd behavior. Shino frowned and wondered why Naruto flipped between hypervigilance and apparent carelessness. Hinata stared at Naruto, Kiba ruffled. Akamaru behind him, and the two experienced team members traded a glance before nodding. Shino inched forward and tapped Naruto on the shoulder once, just before what happened next. In an instant, a massive metal pike, like a spear, shot toward Naruto at high speed. Naruto's eyes widened as he deactivated his scouting technique to regain his senses. His bats detected an artificial scent in the air. The impact slammed him back into reality, knocking him to the ground as a silver flew overhead where he had just been. Naruto realized how close he had been to death, then pushed himself up and looked around for whoever had intervened. A large, deep voice from nearby announced that they had a catch. Naruto brushed dirt from his clothes and pretended indifference, picking at the dirt under his nails as he assessed the attackers. Several voices responded in agreement, and Naruto counted the attackers by sound and sight. There were 4 of them. The apparent leader was a massive man wielding a custom-forged battle axe. Another was tall and skinny, repeatedly tapping a stone club against his palm in an attempt to intimidate. A black-haired woman with her face covered wore leather and carried a makeshift quiver with gleaming metal pikes. Naruto prioritized her as the most dangerous due to her ranged capability. The 4th was a blond man in mesh armor with a broadsword. Otherwise he seemed average. Kurenai glanced at her genin with concern. Shino and Kurenai readied their kunai and equipment. Naruto mocked the attacker's cliché line and asked whether they had taken it from a novel, then yawned dramatically and looked up to observe them. The beefy leader shook with rage and ordered his men to attack, raising his axe. The black-haired woman added that they should not forget the girl, then stepped back and hurled a pike with deadly aim. Kurenai assigned Hinata, Kiba, and Shino to take on the swordsman and the skinny attacker. Kurenai ordered Naruto to take position, but her thought cut off as she realized he was no longer where she had left him. She craned her neck, searching the clearing, then demanded to know where he had gone. Naruto had vanished and reappeared behind the lone female bandit, blacklight raised above his head. He moved with a speed that blurred the motion. His blade struck, and the woman collapsed without fanfare, the angle and speed of the attack concealing the exact wound. Naruto did not linger over the body. Naruto activated his lightning-style technique, a sphere of crackling energy forming around his left hand and shaping itself into a spiked gauntlet in an instant. He slipped through the dim shadows at the edge of the road and closed on his next opponent. The crackle of electricity faded into an ominous hum, the jutsu remaining at the ready. Naruto let out a battle cry and struck with sudden ferocity, appearing as if he had materialized from the dark grove, a gauntlet of lightning at his hand and a dark purple sword pulsing with silver energy at his side. The others stared in shock as the boy they had always played off as the class clown tore into the club wielder. A surge of lightning hit the man in the back above the spine. He convulsed as the energy overwhelmed him and then fell lifeless. Kurenai stared in disbelief. She had expected better of Naruto and felt that killing in peacetime could not be ignored. She thought the Hokage would need to know about this. The blonde swordsman of the bandit group shouted that Naruto would pay, tears streaming down his face. He raised his sword and charged with a raw battle cry of anguish and vengeance. For a heartbeat, Naruto's gaze softened with sympathy for the man's pain, and he resolved to be merciful, but the expression hardened again as he prepared for the duel. Naruto ordered Kurenai to use her tree-binding genjutsu to hold the others. Kurenai nodded, unnoticed as Naruto focused on the man now charging him. He told himself he would rely on skill alone. No flashy kenjutsu, just blade work. He took in the man's weapon and adjusted his stance accordingly. The opponent's blade was heavier, and Naruto adapted his footwork to compensate. The man lunged, aiming a shaky stab fueled by rage. Naruto sidestepped smoothly as the blade withdrew, keeping it pointed and close. Watching the man's movements, Naruto recognized a fencing-like approach, emphasis on moves and precise jabs rather than broad slashes. He anticipated the cycle of lunge and withdrawal and prepared his counters. When the opponent moved to block an overhead strike, Naruto shifted his blade aside and opened a shallow cut on the man's arm. It bled but was not deep. Naruto dropped into a roll, keeping black light ready, slipped between the man's legs, jabbed at the tibia to disrupt his balance, and then used the opening to kick off the man's back and somersault away, landing cleanly. Naruto allowed a slight, almost mocking smile to cross his face as he positioned himself. He had also prepared a hidden edge. By using blacklight as a conduit, he could amplify and deliver a focused surge of chakra into an opponent. The man, enraged and reckless, drove himself on regardless. The burst of energy overloaded his system. He convulsed and then went still. Naruto muttered a brief, quiet wish that the man's instincts might be preserved in whatever came next while tempering his anger in future lives. The skirmish ended as Naruto stepped back, blacklight still in hand, the remaining bandits subdued by Kurenai's genjutsu and the swift precision of his strikes. A group of 5 entered a chamber whose walls were lined with red velvet, each tapestry depicting numerous adventures and the lives of the feudal lords. On an elevated dais, a man sat on a golden throne carved with elaborate detail. Red and gold dominated the room, colors that felt brash and ostentatious. Naruto preferred silver, black, and blue, the colors of night and the unpredictable sea rather than the glaring sun. He wrinkled his nose in mild disgust and reminded himself who sat on the throne before him. The daimyo of the Fire Country wore the standard headpiece that marked his office like a crown, the ornament resting above his small, circular eyes. He held a hand fan that felt oddly out of place in the grand room, and his green robes contrasted with the formality of the setting. The group entered with nervous air. Their small escort of guards left, leaving only them, the daimyo, and the 2 guards beside him. The daimyo greeted them cheerfully. Kurenai bowed deeply and offered a respectful greeting, aware that this was the man who funded the village and that disrespect could end long-standing support. Her genin followed her lead, but Naruto did not. The left guard demanded rudely why Naruto would not bow. Naruto refused, meeting the guard's glare with a fierce stare. The daimyo, curious, asked the reason. Naruto explained that his respect had to be earned. So far the lord had done nothing to merit it, and he would not bow. The team and the lone jonin watched tensely as the 2 locked eyes. After a moment the daimyo exhaled and asked Naruto his name. Naruto gave his name, then relaxed into his usual carefree expression. The guards stared with incredulity at his sudden shift. Everyone assumed his lack of care was a practiced facade, a tactic to provoke and a way to hide scouting glances under a mask of disrespect. The daimyo smiled and remarked that if all shinobi were like Naruto, he would gladly increase Konoha's budget, expressing confidence in the village's future. The team let out a relieved breath. Any thought Kurenai might have had of reporting Naruto for insubordination vanished in light of the successful ploy he had just executed. Kurenai then presented the package the daimyo had requested. A guard retrieved it with both hands and handed it to his lord with a bow. The daimyo acknowledged the DLVI and arranged their pay. A guard moved to the wall, pressed his body against it briefly, and then produced a briefcase, which he handed to Kurenai after a nod from the daimyo. The group thanked the daimyo for his time. Naruto deliberately omitted the formal honorific when addressing the lord. They left the audience chamber with a sense of accomplishment. After the mission, Team 8's genin were scheduled for a full day of therapy sessions with authorized professionals to help them process the traumatic aspects of their assignment. Kurenai watched them into the Yamanaka clan compound with a heavy heart, worrying for her students and especially for Yakumo. Naruto bowed his head in guilt for exposing those children to the harsher realities of the shinobi world. Kurenai placed a firm hand on his shoulder and told him quietly that it had to happen eventually. Naruto acknowledged that he knew, but the awareness did little to ease his regret. Driven to continue his clan's legacy, Naruto pushed himself relentlessly, his resolve surpassing that of many before him. His dream was twofold: become Hokage and reclaim everything that belonged to the Uzumaki, so an heir could carry on the line. In the week leading up to the Chunin exams, he honed his blacklight sword style with unprecedented dedication, bringing his kenjutsu to a level comparable with many jonin. When he imagined the future, he pictured recovering all 5 blades of nature and distributing them as he saw fit. For now, his days were consumed by training. At the Hokage training ground, he faced 20 shadow clones in a rigorous exercise designed to compensate for their limited durability. The clones, equally energetic, accepted the challenge with competitive fervor. Rules were clear. Only the real Naruto could use the Gate of Babylon and his kenjutsu techniques, and no one was allowed to maim the original. It was an unspoken rule: no killing. Naruto stood at the center of a formation of 25 clones arranged in a pentagon, 5 at each vertex. The inner ring had tanto drawn while the 5 at the points formed hand seals to channel chakra. Naruto shouted with frightening enthusiasm, and the clones answered with equal vigor. The 5 at the vertices leaped back, executed their seals, and allowed their comrades to surge forward, encircling Naruto in a coordinated assault that unfolded like a fast-paced, stylized battle sequence. After training, Naruto walked the streets of Konoha and reflected on how far he had come. The nostalgia that surrounded him felt heavy and comforting at the same time. He passed through marketplaces and stalls where vendors greeted customers with warm smiles that often turned to wary looks when they noticed him. He sighed, wondering if he would ever truly be accepted. He believed that becoming Hokage, a man of great repute, might be the only way to find his purpose. Naruto wondered what his deepest desire was. After punishing himself with grueling training, he could proudly claim mastery of high-level sword techniques, although his chakra-based skills still lagged. He felt confident that the upcoming promotion exams would be manageable. He considered whether he might become his village's first true weapons master and gain the reputation he wanted. As he headed toward his apartment, he came upon a peculiar scene. Kankuro was holding Kanomaru by the scruff of his neck while Moegi and Udon stood nearby, watching and whimpering. Sakura was also there, and Naruto felt a flash of disgust at her presence. Kankuro insisted that he would teach the boy a lesson. A girl nearby protested, and Naruto ordered them to put the boy down, his tone hardening when Kankuro tried to dismiss him. Kankuro muttered that the girl was his sister, and Naruto responded with a cold stare. Kankuro made a rude gesture in return, and both men's faces twitched in irritation. Naruto then moved with unnerving speed. The clearing seemed to flicker as he reappeared different places, creating a disorienting illusion. A cold, distant whisper seemed to echo through the air, and the others craned their necks searching for its source. Naruto kept reappearing at different angles, each movement precise and unnerving. When Kankuro realized something was behind him, he froze as Naruto pressed a throwing blade flat against his neck. Naruto made it clear, in a low voice, that a single quick motion could incapacitate him. Kankuro began to sweat and reluctantly released Kanomaru, though his tone still carried defiance. Naruto turned his attention to a tree, and at his command a boy dropped to the ground nearby. The boy with red hair, the character for love marked on his forehead, carried a large gourd on his back. He teased Kankuro and Temari, asking about Konohamaru's name, while Naruto told Konohamaru to stop associating with Sakura because she would lead him into bad habits. Konohamaru, stunned and grateful, thanked Naruto warmly, and Naruto suggested that he tell his grandfather about the incident so it could be handled properly. Gaara, the red-haired boy, grew silent and stared after Naruto as he left in a flash of speed, a hint of menace in his expression. Later, alone in his apartment, Naruto spread sheets of paper and sketched plans. If he was to become the village's weapons master, he needed a signature weapon for both melee and ranged combat. He held a pencil comfortably and penciled a rough design for a lightweight, windswept projectile that could be infused with chakra and deliver powerful blows. With the promotion exams only a week away, many junior ninja from the villages gathered in the town. The village leader had ordered the elite covert unit to intensify patrols and training. For civilians, life seemed normal aside from the influx of visitors, but Naruto saw only potential threats and responsibilities. Naruto made his way to Higurashi Weapons, a shop that sold a variety of shinobi supplies. He had spent most of his earnings and some savings on a custom order, and he hoped the result would be worth the cost. The shop was tidy, racks of equipment forming neat aisles between displays of clothing, armor, and ceiling scrolls. He approached the counter and greeted Tenten, who looked up from a log of orders. Tenten's face lit up when she recognized his order. Naruto explained that he had asked for a set of custom-designed cards, and Tenten expressed excitement. She told him that her father had been thrilled at the prospect of an honorary customer placing a special order and had set to work immediately. Naruto felt awkward and pleased at being treated with such respect before the payment was even complete. He wondered whether the man knew his mother. Tenten handed him a package that at first glance looked like a deck of cards neatly fitted into a box. The box was black with a silver border like an ornate photo frame, and a dragon's head sat at the center with the Uzumaki swirl as its eyes. Lines extended from the 4 cardinal points, and on closer inspection those lines were seals, their characters written with meticulous precision to strengthen and reinforce their effects. Naruto complimented that it looked good so far and asked where the recall seal was. Tenten removed a brush from a nearby ink pot and quickly inscribed a mark onto Naruto's left palm, muttering that it was done. Naruto approved and tossed the box into the air, channeling chakra into the recall seal. The box vanished and reappeared midair, and Naruto praised Tenten's sealing work. Tenten said that the inside was even better. Taking the hint, Naruto opened the box easily and the lid slid without resistance. He extracted the cards, placed them flat in his hand, and examined them. Each card bore protective, repairing, and recall seals to ensure durability. The numbered cards were divided into 5 groups named after the 5 main elements. The face cards had unique seals, as did the aces and jokers. Naruto said he could not wait to test them, his eyes bright with excitement. Tenten put her foot down and insisted that she wanted to watch, standing him up from the chair and stretching. When Naruto asked if she had more time in her shift, she replied that it ended in a minute and insisted they go. She pulled him out of the store. Naruto protested briefly but decided she would get them to the training ground faster and allowed her to lead. The next several minutes became a blur as he followed along until they screeched to a halt. Naruto freed his hand from her grip and produced the deck. He took in the simple grassy training ground with a few targets lined up at the end, assumed a throwing stance, and pulled a 3 from the deck before sending it toward a target. The card pierced the target, leaving a wafer-thin hole. When he activated the recall seal, Naruto was caught off guard when it took 5 seconds to return. He looked to Tenten questioningly. Tenten scratched her head and explained sheepishly that her father could not make immediate recall, so the cards were designed to be thrown and recalled in sequence, 1 card recalled before cycling through 5 if thrown at a rate of 1 per second. Naruto acknowledged the logic and asked if that had been a wind-infused card. Tenten confirmed and added that there were many more types and that the aces were customizable. They were hypersensitive to chakra and could be manipulated as desired. Naruto addressed his spiritual mentor Blacklight to see if he was receiving the report. Blacklight's voice crackled like static and approved the invention, suggesting that Naruto make the aces perform basic illusions he could bend, create an ultimate move, or seal an abundance of water into a card. Naruto agreed and asked for tips for the upcoming mid-level ninja exams. Blacklight advised that psychological tactics often worked best against strong opponents and that if they fell victim to such methods, it showed weak resolve. Naruto nodded, which briefly irritated the beast. Tenten roared, asking if he had been listening. Naruto blinked and stammered that he had not been listening, then used the body flicker technique to escape her frustrated reaction. The sound of cold metal boots echoed as he entered the ninja academy. He took long strides toward the large staircase that led to the upper floors and climbed, relieved to have arrived in time. Based on what he had remembered, he thought he had about 20 minutes left, enough time to mingle. He froze when he noticed escalating commotion on the 2nd floor and realized the examination was on the 3rd floor. Naruto focused on the doorway where a crowd of fellow low-ranking ninjas had gathered, pressing against 2 defenders. He dispelled the surrounding illusion with a single thought and assessed the situation. The 2 boys holding the crowd back were the Eternal Gate Guards, Kotetsu and Izumo, trained to repel such sieges. Naruto recognized their role and felt a hint of respect for the sacrifice their duty required. He smirked as he saw Lee and Tenten leading the push for the doors while Niji stood aside. The two combatants were sent flying back toward him, and as they readied to leap back into the fray, Naruto stopped them with 2 taps on each shoulder. He cockily asked if they missed him, though the two saw through the bravado. Lee quietly exclaimed that Naruto's youthful energy burned as strong as ever. Tenten greeted Naruto warmly, and Niji offered a formal nod. Naruto reciprocated the greeting sincerely and expressed that it was good to see Niji. Niji returned the sentiment. He celebrated the moment internally, feeling ready for what came next. Niji suggested that they would win this together, and Naruto resolved that they would give it their best shot before asking if Niji realized it was a genjutsu. Niji smirked and explained that they had known from the very beginning. Their opponents were setting up a false pretense of weakness to make others underestimate them. Naruto agreed and noted that there were only 10 minutes left. He inclined his head as the doors slammed open, hinges creaking to reveal Sasuke Uchiha with his distinctive hairstyle, standing with a pink-haired girl and a pale boy who looked almost ghost-like. Naruto wondered where Lee had gone. Tenten giggled and explained that Lee intended to test his taijutsu against a natural prodigy like Niji. Naruto shrugged, slid his hands into his pockets, and moved cautiously toward the doorway to melt into the shadows. He observed that Sasuke and his group had slipped away, likely to watch the clash between 2 geniuses of their generation, one born with natural talent and one forged through hard work. Niji warned that they should make sure Lee did not go overboard. He had 9 minutes. Naruto moved up the stairs quickly, reached the 3rd floor, and pushed through the double doors. Immediate pressure filled the room, so intense that a few students sank to their knees under the weight of it. Naruto brushed it off, thinking that he had faced worse during the early, rougher parts of his life. The chamber was full of rows of desks and chairs, and students were scattered about, some sitting quietly, others making a ruckus. By association, Naruto was swept into the noisy group. Kiba announced loudly that the Rookie 9 were back together, and Naruto sighed inwardly at the inevitable commotion. Naruto acknowledged that they were together. Shikamaru, in his characteristically flat tone, commented on the trouble of it all and asked if Naruto was participating in the exams as well. Naruto asked Shikamaru if he was ready for the exams, and Shikamaru replied that they should expect him to be. Ino squealed in excitement while Choji munched on chips. Shikamaru observed that Naruto had changed since the academy days, and Naruto smirked with a confident blend of calculation and determination, reflecting on how far he had come. Ino rushed towards Sasuke, calling out to him and quickly getting into a scuffle with Sakura, who moved to protect the person she cared about. A slick-voiced man complained that everyone was being too loud. Naruto's instincts sharpened since he had found the sword. Blacklight flashed a warning that the man could not be trusted. Blacklight's voice spoke to Naruto mentally, cautioning that until they could merge the blade and the wielder, Naruto might not be able to handle this situation alone. The man was hiding something. Earlier, under a moonlit clearing where they frequented to meditate, Naruto had developed a mental link with Blacklight and had used it to ask about merging. Blacklight explained that dragons had long been sealed into a selection of blades and that the blade identified itself as a water dragon naturally attuned to that element. Blacklight told Naruto that dragons of its kind were bound to humans and that Naruto was its fated human. Naruto felt honored and smiled faintly as the blade pulsed a warm, comforting presence. Blacklight conveyed a mixture of soreness and reluctant acceptance about the bond, and Naruto reassured the sword that he did not want it to feel forced. He emphasized that through mutual cooperation they could make things better for both of them. A moment of silence passed, and Naruto, still adjusting to the intensity of their mental communication, wiped a bead of sweat from his brow and resolved to make the partnership work. Blacklight acknowledged the resolve, and Naruto felt relief. Blacklight then explained the merging process. The dragon would merge with the human, leaving most of its essence within the person while retaining a base within the sword. Naruto considered the implications. Blacklight outlined the benefits: greater control over the weapon, a significant enhancement of base abilities regardless of affinity, an increase in chakra reserve, a direct channel for communication, and heightened senses that would reach an inhuman level. Naruto's mind raced with the possibilities and excitement. He nevertheless recognized that every great power carried a cost, and he wondered what drawback the merging would bring. Naruto told Blacklight to name it. Blacklight responded that there would be changes. Naruto narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked for specifics. Blacklight hastened to explain that Naruto's physique would incorporate some of its features. Most commonly, one eye might take on Blacklight's appearance while the other would remain his own. Their genetics would mix, and the final results were unknown. Naruto fell silent and asked what the worst-case scenario would be. Blacklight sighed dramatically in his mind and chastised him for focusing on the negative. The voice continued that the worst thing that could happen would be spontaneous combustion if his DNA could not sustain the fusion of dragon blood. Naruto swallowed and asked if that was likely. Blacklight answered that such an outcome was certain for a normal human, but that Naruto's genetics were resilient enough to give the process an even chance. When Naruto asked if it was worth it, Blacklight answered yes without hesitation. Naruto then asked how to proceed. The flashback ended. Naruto promised to keep that in mind and turned to face the speaker. He asked the newcomer who he was. An older boy introduced himself as Kabuto Yakushi and raised his hand to shake. He had ash-gray hair in a short ponytail, onyx eyes framed by round black-rimmed glasses, and wore a dark purple outfit with a high collar and a white waistband. Naruto accepted the handshake with visible disgust, feeling a strong desire to put distance between himself and the crooked aura Kabuto gave off. Team 8 suddenly arrived and Kiba growled defensively, with Akamaru barking on his head, questioning why they were being accused of loudness. Naruto face-bombed at their obliviousness and Kabuto motioned for everyone to look around the room. Obligingly, the group of genin surveyed the exam hall and realized that many of the other candidates were staring at them. Naruto picked out a tuft of red hair in the crowd and identified the boy he had nicknamed Mama's Boy and his siblings. A surge of killing intent radiated from Naruto, causing many of the genin to step back and some to kneel under the weight of pressure it projected. Naruto asked evenly what they wanted and stated that he did not see why they would care about them. Kabuto replied that it was not wrong for him to care about his underclassmen. He reminded them that he was their senior and had taken the Chunin exam 6 times, making this his 7th. The rookies watched the exchange like a tense match, their heads swiveling at every turn. Sakura and Kiba snapped back with bold insults, and Kabuto countered by suggesting that perhaps the exams were simply very difficult. Shino and Kabuto shared a surprised look. Naruto mentally asked Blacklight if it was possible to make a shadow clone without performing any physical movements. Blacklight answered that it could be done by pumping chakra into the seal, which would be converted into essence to be expelled at the far side of the room where the clone could manifest. Naruto discreetly followed the instructions, channeling enough chakra into the seal to sustain a clone for a body flicker to the Hokage's office for a short administrative talk. Feeling the essence coalesce, Naruto expelled it to the opposite side of the room. Most of the refined chakra dissipated into the air. Blacklight commented that the clone would now have only a 2-minute window to speak, and Naruto affirmed in his mind that the clone would manage. When the clone vanished, a scattering of leaves under a desk and 5 pieces of gum stuck to the underside of a chair were the only traces left behind. Kabuto finished his earlier sentence about ninja info cards and produced a deck of cards, shuffling them. He offered to draw a card and provide information on whoever they named. Sasuke stepped forward with interest and asked for information on Gaara of the Sand, Naruto Uzumaki, and Rock Lee. Kabuto pretended disappointment that their names were already known, then drew a card for Gaara of the Sand. He described Gaara as the youngest child of the Kazekage, sibling to Temari and Kankuro, and stated that Gaara had accomplished 8 C ranks and 1 B rank. He added that Gaara had achieved those ranks without sustaining any visible injury, which caused the murmurs among the genin to rise as they speculated and began to strategize. Kabuto drew another card for Naruto Uzumaki and stated that Naruto was an orphan who specialized in swordsmanship, noting that he had previously defeated Sasuke Uchiha with ease and had completed 35 C ranks and 1 A rank. Kabuto regarded the A rank with a strange reverence as many eyes turned to Naruto. Naruto felt the focused gazes of hundreds of genin like beams of pressure, and Blacklight advised him to remain calm and avoid appearing intimidated. Naruto relaxed his expression and adopted his usual indifferent facade. Kabuto then described Rock Lee as a genin of the Hidden Leaf who had shown no talent in ninjutsu or genjutsu but was a prodigy in taijutsu, when the doors slammed and a man in a black trench coat strode to the front of the exam room. The man wore his forehead protector and carried an imposing presence. He bellowed for attention, and his voice carried across the hall, commanding the remaining candidates to listen. He introduced himself as Ibiki and stated that he would proctor the first exam, a written test consisting of 10 questions. He explained that the 10th question would be answered at the end and that the other 9 would be distributed momentarily. At that cue, other chunin entered the room carrying stacks of paper. The proctors began distributing the exams to the chunin hopefuls. Ibiki explained that each candidate started with 10 points, that a wrong answer would cost 1 point, and that reaching 0 meant failure. He set a 45-minute limit and sent them to work. Naruto withdrew his own ballpoint pen instead of using the supplied pencils and set his mind to deciphering the test. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he read questions meant for chunin-level shinobi. He could not shake the feeling that there had to be a mistake. Glancing around discreetly, he saw Sakura confidently working through the paper. He judged her as book-smart and little else. Tenten had somehow rigged a mirror on the ceiling to reflect answers to her and her team using wires. Gaara had formed a massive floating eye above his head. Naruto inhaled and exhaled, deciding to make his own play. He channeled lightning chakra to sharpen his sight and, forming a one-handed seal, activated a shadow clone. With his other hand he dropped a smoke device beneath Sakura's chair, concealing the mechanism with seals that made it expand and spread quickly. Ibiki ordered everyone to remain seated. The smoke filled the room and a shadow clone materialized in front of Sakura's desk. Sakura began coughing, and Naruto felt a brief, guilty satisfaction at the disruption. The clone examined her answer sheet for a moment before dispersing, and Naruto bent over his own paper with astonishing speed. When the smoke cleared, Ibiki and 2 assistants marched toward the source with grim expressions. Ibiki warned that he would find whoever had caused the distraction. Naruto kept his head down, intending to lay low after the diversion. Ibiki then announced the 10th question and ordered pencils down. Naruto pocketed his pen and felt an excited certainty that this moment could work in his favor. A few candidates shouted for him to proceed. Ibiki explained that there was a catch. The candidates could choose whether to answer the 10th question. The announcement confused even veterans like Kabuto. Ino declared that her group would accept the question, and the room erupted when Ibiki warned that a wrong answer would forbid a candidate from ever taking the chunin exams again. The threat was clearly meant to thin the field. Ibiki roared for silence, his voice falling back into its usual commanding tone. He offered one last option: answer the question now, or wait and try again next year. Silence fell across the room, broken only by the shuffle of nervous feet. Naruto rose and, with a slow clap and a Cheshire Cat grin, aimed his posture at Ibiki. He commented that he understood why Ibiki was head of Konoha's interrogation and torture force. The realization spread through the candidates as Ibiki removed his Konoha forehead protector, revealing the top of his head. The mark there told a story of long years under severe trials, deep scars and burns and other signs of past torment that made many of the genin visibly uncomfortable. Naruto found himself trembling at the sight and thinking that his own struggles were small in comparison. Most of the candidates shut down the empathy quickly with practical thoughts about strength and choosing fights. Ibiki reminded them that shinobi must endure and that their lives were tests of endurance. Naruto nodded quietly, sharing the hard lesson beneath the threat. Later, under a silver moon, Naruto lay on the fluorescent grass with a faraway look in his eyes. Memories returned to him unbidden: the fallen comrades Gozu and Meizu and the loss that had broken their bond, the poison chain and the painful separation it had caused, the young Haku, bound by servitude until she was overcome by a powerful earth technique, the bandits who had ambushed his team and been struck down in the chaos. Not all encounters had been high-profile, yet each had its imprint on him. He shuddered and stared at the moonlight trying to soothe him, but the usual comfort did not come. Naruto wondered why the faces of those he had fought still haunted him. He questioned whether he was meant to kill or to find ways to incapacitate and spare life when possible. Tears of sorrow and regret filled his eyes. He knew it would be a sleepless night. The next day he spoke quietly with Blacklight about the previous night's turmoil. Blacklight observed that emotional upheaval could be a good sign and said that the merging had begun. Naruto's expression shifted rapidly from brooding to incredulous to almost giddy as he processed the news. He asked Blacklight if the merging was certain and awaited confirmation, walking toward the quieter perimeter of the village as he did so. Naruto asked Blacklight to confirm that the phase had begun. Blacklight told him it had and warned that his hormones would act up next, asking him to control them. Naruto flushed with embarrassment, unsure if Blacklight had been satirical, and trudged forward with his head down. He thought to himself to be quiet, but Blacklight chuckled and said Naruto's sudden emotional changes were evidence enough. Naruto fell silent briefly and then resumed walking with his head held high. Blacklight angrily demanded whether Naruto was ignoring him, the mental link crackling with static. Naruto continued on. That day he wore a black trench coat left open over a gray shirt and trousers, and his combat boots had been polished, the metal soles blunted and lightened. He thought about avoiding leaving a trail. Footprints were easily tracked and he did not want to risk fighting multiple teams. He entered the training ground Anko Mitarashi had mentioned when she had told the graduates she would meet them at training ground from the gate. Naruto observed the crowd gathered around Anko and deduced that they were waiting for him. Anko stamped over and announced that they had been waiting. Naruto grunted that they were early. Anko smirked and told him to toughen up, then projected her voice to everyone and warned them that when she was done, precisely half of them would be left. The certainty in her voice drew gasps. Naruto urged her to explain further with his gaze. Anko declared that they stood before the forest of death, a statement that sent a collective shudder through the genin. Naruto struggled to hide his own shudder and felt his fingers twitch toward the seal of the dragon. She explained that the ground was circular with a radius of 10 kilometers and that their goal was to reach the center of the forest within 4 days. Everyone fell silent. Choji asked about food while crunching chips, and Anko replied that the forest was full of plants and animals and that identifying what was deadly would be part of the challenge. The implication that nothing was guaranteed safe made everyone swallow hard. Naruto remembered the survival skills of his youth, scavenging and catching unappetizing river fish to survive. Anko added that there was a catch. She said they would need both a heaven and an earth scroll to enter the tower at the center and that the scrolls could not be opened until they reached the tower, or they would be disqualified. Naruto's impatience showed in his twitching fingers. She continued that every team started with one scroll and could obtain others by defeating enemy teams. Naruto wondered whether maiming or killing would be permitted. Anko then produced waivers and handed them out with pens, explaining that the forms stated that Konoha and she were not responsible for deaths in the exam and that killing was permitted. Naruto glanced at the other genin signing the forms. Many wore fine clothing that suggested sheltered upbringings, and he thought about how complicated dealing with families could be if someone was killed. Blacklight agreed mentally and then shut off the mental link that had been strengthening. Naruto handed his form to Anko and yawned. Anko's eye twitched and she threw a kunai toward him. Naruto tipped his head, letting the kunai fly harmlessly overhead, and told Anko angrily that the throw had been uncalled for. His tone unsettled some of the onlookers, though occasional bursts of emotion broke his composure. He fretted internally about his hormones and the uncertain merging process, and Blacklight informed him there was no clear end time, which only increased his frustration. He cut off the connection as he heard Anko ask how he had known it was her. Naruto smirked and said that only a fool would fire at the ace, a remark meant to warn others not to underestimate him. Anko pouted further while a genin from Kusagakure approached from behind. The genin moved with a snake-like grace and had an unnaturally long tongue coiled in her mouth, which made Naruto shudder. The genin returned the kunai with a low hiss, and Anko took the weapon before distributing the heaven and earth scrolls to each team. She instructed them to line up at the 44 gates, one team per gate, and used a megaphone to get everyone ready to begin. A green flare flew into the air, signaling the start for the teams on the opposite side of the forest, 10 kilometers away according to Naruto's information. He dashed through the gate and headed north, since he had started at the south. He vaulted onto a tree to take inventory and found that he possessed a heaven scroll. With no teammates, Naruto resolved to be cautious yet quick and efficient, intending to pick off teams moving toward the tower while they focused on late-game strategies. Checking the time, he noted it was still morning, shifting toward noon, and then he dashed northwest into the darker side of the forest. Shikamaru yawned and called the situation troublesome. Choji urged that the team needed to reach the tower quickly for food and safety. Ino, anxious, added that they needed a heaven scroll. Abruptly, sounds of battle rose from the foliage to the east of their position. Shikamaru assumed command and explained that an ambush had been planned. He ordered Choji to prepare his partial expansion jutsu and instructed Ino to cover their flank. They slipped through the bushes to conceal themselves, then froze when movement streaked around the clearing. A blur of black wove through the trio's formation. The three genin from Sunagakure drew closer, forming a back-to-back defense as the black shape shot upward into the canopy. One Sunagakure ninja fanned shuriken in one hand and clutched a kunai in the other, whispering that the threat might have gone. Ino felt an urge to cry out that the presence had not fled but lay in wait, though her lips trembled as if something opposed her movements. A man materialized on a nearby branch, facing them, and placed an index finger to his lips in a creepy shushing gesture. His azure eyes glowed in the shadowy canopy. He wore a black trenchcoat that billowed with a ghostly wind that did not seem to exist. He stepped forward and made a mocking bow from the branch. Shikamaru snapped the others out of their stupor and put them on guard. Naruto, delighted at the prospect of a three-way fight, plunged down to the ground with a black blur trailing behind him like a vulture swooping on prey. He roared fiercely, baring fang-like teeth in an intimidating display. Ino and Choji staggered as an ethereal blade formed in the man's hand, its surface seeming to absorb light into a void. He muttered the name of his technique as the ground rumbled and shadowy chains rose, wrapping the area. Naruto pulled a spray bottle from his pocket and released a pungent scent that left the Sunagakure genin disoriented. He declared a 5-hour deadline for them to break free or forfeit their status as shinobi. One of the genin tried to spit in defiance, but the saliva veered oddly away. Naruto accepted their team's heaven scroll and turned his head toward the branches where Team 10 rested, giving them a clear view of his face. Naruto smiled broadly as he tossed the scroll toward them. Choji brightened and then grimaced when his stomach growled. He reached into his fake kunai pouch and withdrew a sealing scroll, offering some food for stress eating. Choji accepted gratefully and the teammates began to talk. Ino asked how Naruto knew they needed the heaven scroll, and Naruto attributed it to intuition. Shikamaru questioned how long Naruto had been operating like this, and Naruto revealed he had been active since the beginning of the exam 4 hours earlier, predicting that fewer than half would pass the stage. When Shikamaru pressed about how many teams had fallen, Naruto smiled with a feral gleam and downplayed the count before admitting roughly 9 or 10, claiming they had all been easy. Team 10 reacted with disbelief and nervous sweat, unable to imagine the amount of chakra that might have been drained in such fights. Ino accused Naruto of lying and reminded everyone of his reputation as somewhat of a fool in Konoha, but Naruto vanished before any argument could continue. The Sand Genin shrugged in confusion and admitted they did not know what had happened. Over the next few hours, an incident later called the Forest of Death Vampire unfolded. Teams and individuals were found collapsed and completely drained of chakra and life energy. The phenomenon was non-graphic and mysterious, described later as the sudden appearance of lifeless bodies whose reserves had been emptied, a result of Naruto's cooperation with the resident bears to neutralize opponents without grisly detail. Naruto felt satisfied as he entered the tower at the center of the forest, unsealed a pile of 30 scrolls, and opened 2 of them. Smoke drifted from each scroll and joined in the center, taking on human shape. Color filled it as if the smoke itself possessed artistic skill, blending into a fully formed, physical figure. Naruto greeted his former teacher, calling out that it was Dolphin-sensei, and grasped the man's hand to shake it before the teacher could finish his sentence. Irika's intended greeting faltered, his train of thought interrupted and his mind briefly thrown off balance. Naruto wondered why there were so many scrolls. His face took on a wistful smile as he admitted that he had bound the teams to the ground and left them, and he asked rhetorically whether they should survive. Irika's irritation showed on his face as he scolded Naruto, accusing him of causing the deaths of shinobi from other villages and warning that Konoha would have to negotiate reparations. Naruto blinked rapidly and insisted that he had not killed them. Irika pressed him for who had been responsible. Naruto answered that the bears had done it, his tone surprisingly uncaring. Irika then informed him that there were 3 days left until the deadline. He told Naruto he could explore the tower, that there would be food and supplies, and reminded him that in 3 days everyone must meet in the arena for an announcement. Naruto nodded, called Irika by the nickname Dolphin Sensei, and walked past. Irika smiled at the affectionate name, waved back, gathered the pile of scrolls, and vanished in a puff of smoke. Later, under Blacklight's instruction, Naruto delved deeper into his mind. This was not the communal hub but the vast expanse of his own existence. His mind. His full consciousness became embodied by his projection as he entered the mindscape. He groaned at the sight the mindscape had taken. A sewer. He used water walking to avoid being swept away and muttered that at least it looked clean and not actual sewage. Blacklight advised him to wander and look for anything useful. Naruto asked what useful things could be found. The dragon replied that he should look for the energy hub, the place where one could see their chakra network. Naruto asked where that place might be, and Blacklight said that its location differed for everyone before cutting the connection. Frustrated, Naruto continued walking until his foot caught and he stumbled forward. He found himself on firm ground in front of a circular door he had not noticed. The door was divided into thirds that met at a smaller circle in the center. At that center the character for identification glowed eerily in the dark. A thunderous rumble echoed through the sewers and the door slid open, revealing a deep, empty darkness. Thinking that nothing could harm him inside his own mind, Naruto stepped through. He expected to fall, but instead found himself walking on air across a black void. Ahead, an orb turned and pulsed with ethereal energy. Naruto recognized it as his chakra, a small sphere on a raised pedestal that radiated immense power despite its size. Invisible brush strokes of color spread out like a web, filling the void with streaks of light. Half of the orb glowed a dazzling, wholly white flecked with gold. The other half was a deep, restless blue. A tense, bitter residue hovered around them like concentrated hostility. In the corners, a thin, bright orange hue pressed against the other two sources, and whenever it swelled a glowing yellow light restrained it. Naruto asked Blacklight if the dragon could manifest here. Blacklight agreed, but when Naruto attempted to summon him he remembered an invitation and chose the embodiment technique instead of the manifest technique. A flash of light blinded Naruto, and when it cleared he found a humanoid version of Blacklight standing before him. The dragon now manifested greeted him casually. Blacklight chastised Naruto for choosing the wrong technique. The manifested Blacklight had navy blue hair, wore scaly armor with spiked patterns, bore a pale complexion, and possessed luminous silver eyes. 2 fang-like teeth protruded from his upper jaw, giving him a predatory look. Naruto frantically pointed to the orb and the red section that concerned him, explaining the chakra orb's pie chart-like appearance. Blacklight examined the orb and said that its age far exceeded his own by millennia. He warned Naruto that the presence would halt any merging. The solution was to meditate and spend time exploring the mindscape to find it. When Naruto asked whether he could make the task easier, Blacklight replied that it was likely but refused to offer specifics, then faded away. Naruto stared at the orb, wondering how to come into contact with the entity it represented. A day later, Naruto sat in the tower's library. He had discovered the conflict within his own energies and had already tried exploring his mindscape once with no luck. He sat pondering what he was missing. Naruto wondered as he flipped through a book titled Oldest Creatures in Legend and Myth. He read the table of contents and listed possibilities on a sheet of paper beside him while sitting in a private cubicle. So far the list was short: dragons, summoning creatures, giants, spirits, demons, angels. His chances seemed slim. The only realistic possibilities appeared to be dragons or summoned beasts, though demons and ghouls remained on the list. Depressed, he took the next book from the mounting stack. His shadow clones helped, but they dropped their copies in frustration at the same disappointing result. He read The Heading-Tailed Beast Hosts, The Art of Human Sacrifice, and felt skeptical. Naruto wondered if it was a ritualistic, cult-made volume, but he opened it to the first page and began to read. As he read, intrigue built until he felt dizzy with revelation. He discovered that his mother had been a tailed beast host, and that the nine-tailed fox had attacked the village on his birthday. The book listed past and present human sacrifices, though its entries had been recorded the year before his birth. Naruto realized that the villagers had loathed him and had called him the demon fox. Tears brimmed and ran down to stain the leather cover of the book. He shook with sorrow at being hated for something he could not control, whimpering at the idea of being blamed for the demon's actions. Despair gathered around him in a consuming, red aura. Naruto mentally roared at himself, asking why he continued to protect the village when they treated him like this. A booming presence in his head answered, suggesting that he did not want to protect them, its tone both enticing and malicious. Naruto could not place the voice and it pushed at his defenses. He broke down and rushed back to his room, ignoring the curious, prying gazes that followed him. He told himself repeatedly not to give in to hatred as he slumped onto his bed, the refrain a fragile anchor. The inner presence demanded to know why he still resisted hatred. Naruto fell silent and pondered the question. The temptation felt powerful and alluring, but he forced himself to remember that he had people who loved him here and that he could not let them down. Inside his mind, two aspects of himself argued. The vulnerable, emotional aspect, the negative side, insisted that hatred was justified, pointing to the wrongs the village had done and urging bitterness. The resilient, honorable side, the positive side, countered that bonds had made them strong and that those connections mattered. The negative side asked how their bonds were meaningful. The positive side answered by listing heritage and possessions they had because of their ties, appealing to a different kind of value. The negative side fumed that they could have obtained those things elsewhere and accused the positive of naivety. The positive side replied plainly that this was his life and that he would accept the negative if given the chance. When the negative side demanded to know what use he had, whether he was a SLV or a minion, the positive side softened, comparing him to Haku and speaking with warmth about Haku's purity and honor. He insisted that the negative was no SLV or tool but his equal, and reminded the other that if one died, the other would too, urging cooperation for their mutual survival. Naruto's negative side, prone to strong emotion and quick to take over, considered the proposal. The positive side, less confrontational and cautious about bloodlust, understood the need for balance but admitted he was reluctant to fight without restraint. He hoped a partnership with the darker component would strengthen Naruto, especially with the looming possibility of merging with Blacklight. The negative side asked what he would gain. The positive side smiled inwardly and said that they would share power, mutual strength to protect Naruto because they were both parts of him. If they failed to unite, they might transfer into a new host, and he feared what that would mean for another innocent soul. Convinced, the negative side accepted. Those simple words set a larger process into motion, a binding cooperation between two primeval elements within Naruto that would shape their future. Emotion and commitment intertwined as they prepared to move forward together. Things that spark discord among crowds and mistrust could also, when used correctly, benefit the most considerate of people. A glow surrounded Naruto, who had fallen asleep from the turmoil that had besieged his mental defenses. A gray light signaled the union of two misguided personas that together formed him. It was a striking contrast to the achromatic, morose shade people often associated with depression and loss. The gray chakra manifested as a protective cloak, wrapping around Naruto in his sleep and sprouting from his shoulder blades. Like wings, it folded around him like an angel, providing warmth and comfort. The wings were steely gray that faded to black at the tips and to blinding white at the base. His clothing was carpeted in the same gray-white-black gradient, stopping at his head but enveloping the rest of his body. The chakra bubbled lightly, parts reverting into pure energy rather than the densified form they had assumed. After the chakras evaporated into the room, Naruto's skin glowed briefly before settling to reveal a new look. A ragged cloak draped his shoulders, black at the top and fading to white at the bottom, with gray remaining at the center. Thin black streaks that resembled stalactites extended downward toward the white, which attached with semicircles that suggested an uprising from the depths. The cloak fastened at the collar with a chain and a six-pointed star clasp at the center that allowed him to unravel it when needed. Under the cloak, a shirt patterned with red sequins reached the center of his back like vines growing toward the sun, and the red Uzumaki swirl was proudly emblazoned there. His pants were black to match the cloak and would normally hide his torso. Numerous pouches held sealing scrolls, rations, some weaponry, and spare scrolls. The pants were tucked into boots that rose halfway from ankle to kneecap. The boots appeared to be made of black scales and had soles lined with jagged metal shards that dug into the ground. Naruto breathed a contented sigh. His soul finally felt whole. The ravine that had fractured his personality closed with a great tremor. It felt like a miracle. In the days after that merging of commitment and emotion, Naruto watched a great exodus from the forest and an influx of prospective genin who had entered the tower safe. He also directed the many injured to the hospital wing, where Konoha medics treated them as thoroughly as their training allowed. From his lonely window he observed a desperate situation around the tower entrance, with genin jockeying to stake out the one-way gateway for any teams dashing to the finish. Fights had broken out as teams struggled to dominate the entrance. Several exhausted competitors lay along the steps leading to the raised platform that marked the final dash to the finish, the aftermath of fierce battles. Only teams with specified scrolls could enter the tower. Those deprived of one could not pass beyond the entrance hall without a sensei's approval. Naruto sighed from his wing of the facility. The others had chosen to position themselves closer to the spa and lounge instead of the frontier of success and failure. Isolated from his peers, he frequented only the suite, cafeteria, and training arena. He used the arena to observe from the topmost bleachers, staking out and watching potential threats from the shadows. Just because people were arrogant enough to show all their cards did not mean they were incapable, he reasoned as he stared down at the genin training below. There was a wide variety of techniques on display. Naruto observed the different styles with a keen eye, narrowing the most dangerous threats to a select few. First was a boy in a navy blue mask that concealed his mouth, wearing the hidden leaf headband as a bandana and a pair of black sunglasses that shaded his eyes. Naruto noted the boy's association with Kabuto and judged that it could not be a good sign as he watched the silver-haired and black-haired genins spar fiercely. Kabuto appeared to coat his hands in chakra, using jabs to deliver what looked like internal strikes, possibly a Hyuga-based technique. Naruto watched in shock as the masked associate countered with ease, grasping Kabuto's hands and draining the residual chakra completely. Naruto stood in disbelief as Kabuto's nintaijutsu never overcame his partner's absolute defense. Naruto wondered whether the ability to absorb chakra by touch would work on ninjutsu as well. The masked associate abruptly cartwheeled, striking Kabuto and then releasing him. Kabuto fell to his knees and then grabbed his partner's hand to hoist himself up. Kabuto humbly praised Yoroi for a good spar as he bowed his head. Yoroi responded enthusiastically about his ambitions, and Kabuto hissed for him to be quiet. Naruto inferred that Yoroi's name, meaning armor, might relate to his unique ability and pondered whether it was a bloodline trait. Next was Temari, the girl Naruto had earlier encountered at the playground when he had rescued Konohamaru from her pajama-wearing brother with lipstick on his face. Naruto evaluated the capabilities of those three and concluded that the trio was the team he needed to watch out for. He knew little about them apart from their names, but now he hoped to learn more. Temari of the desert opened a giant folding fan nearly as tall as she was, preparing to demonstrate her skills. She announced the wind release, wind scythe technique. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he watched her use the rare wind nature transformation and the jutsu he himself had once learned. A large gust burst from the folding fan, knocking nearby trainees off their feet, and she smirked as she surveyed them. She demanded to know if anyone had a problem, disrespectfully picking imaginary dirt from her nails. One of the bulkier genin lunged at her with a kunai drawn, calling for his companions to attack. She unleashed the technique again with increased force, leaving a faint mark along his stomach without breaking the skin. She warned him not to test her and returned to her practice. Naruto observed that her cockiness might be exploited by a more cunning opponent before moving on to his next observer. Naruto recognized Aim Nico of the Hidden Rain, watching the young Kenjutsu specialist duel. Aim, with spiky green hair and a tan complexion, had acute features and a long curved scar that ran from his neck to just below his left eye. He and his friend clashed blades with katana matched to their stature, and Aim's superior experience allowed him to deftly disarm his partner with a flick of the wrist. Naruto noted the decisive end to their duel, with Aim's blade held at his friend's throat, and took in Aim's straightforward blade work and oppressive footwork with interest. As Naruto analyzed Aim's movements, his own longing and hunger for battle intensified. He wondered at the sudden strength of that drive, unlike anything he had felt before. Wanting to conserve energy for the final exam, he left the arena and headed back to his room. Blacklight had reported that Naruto's mental state was now whole. Though Naruto did not fully understand the term, he deduced that he had become more accepting of his emotions and more committed. He did not shut those feelings down. Instead, he allowed them to fuel his focus, knowing he remained in control. His short-term goal remained clear: to rise to the rank of Chunin. A clear feminine voice announced that all genin should head to the tower arena. Naruto rose from a meditative pose on his bed, a practice he had adopted recently after his mentor had spoken of making peace between the two enduring forces he called emotion and commitment. The process varied for each person. Some took longer to balance the two before they could fuse, a change that sometimes manifested during intense mental challenges. It was an unpredictable but effective method. As he walked toward the arena, Naruto conversed with Blacklight while passing into the crowded main wing. He noticed a group of thug-like boys pushing through the crowd with their attention fixed on him. He met their grins with a questioning look. Trying to avoid a scene, he stepped into a deserted hallway that would serve as a likely spot for confrontation. Naruto pivoted smoothly on his left foot into a crouch, lifting his head with a predatory edge in his expression as his cloak billowed. The gang turned the corner, brandishing makeshift weapons in an attempt to intimidate. Their posturing failed to unsettle him. The lead boy began to say that they had been the team that but Naruto cut him off and suggested they skip introductions and get to the fight, noting that they would not be the first to challenge him. They exchanged glances and charged in a clumsy rush. Naruto's eyes flashed a luminescent silver as his mind tracked every movement, down to subtle shifts in weight and the reveal that their wooden weapons had been enhanced with water chakra. He told himself he would humor them and expelled chakra that condensed into 6 wings, dazzling white at the base, steely gray in the center, and dark at the tips. He named the technique Impartial Judgment and declared the 6 Hands of Order, integrating aspects of Blacklight and Maelstrom techniques with the Uzumaki styles he had absorbed. The wings whirled with focused energy and erupted in sparks. As the ripples settled, the wings reappeared and lightly touched each opponent, applying a compound that dulled their coordination. Naruto then activated the Siren Song concept he had been assembling in fragments, a technique that overloaded untrained systems with dense chakra to disrupt concentration, allowing him to neutralize the challengers without causing lasting harm. He formed hand seals and moved with the speed of the body flicker technique to reposition and finish the encounter. Meanwhile, Hiruzen looked around the arena anxiously and reminded the gathered genin that Naruto had still not arrived. He warned that failure to appear would bar Naruto from Stage 3 of the Chunin exams and prevent him from achieving the rank that year. His words carried a hollow urgency as he addressed the 30 genin assembled. Hiruzen announced that preliminary rounds would be held immediately. The crowd of genin erupted in protest, voices rising in disbelief and outrage at the ruling. A silver gleam from the back of the assembled crowd caught the 3rd Hokage's eye. He squinted, and the thin line of his mouth softened when he recognized Naruto. His tense shoulders relaxed as he gave his student a look that promised they would talk later. Naruto nodded and listened. Hiruzen roared for silence, bolstering his weakened voice with chakra to ensure he was heard. He explained that the procedure had been agreed upon by every Kage and reminded them that if they advanced to the finals they would represent their villages. Success in inter-village matches could attract investors and influence a village's income and budget until the next Chunin exam. The genin fell silent as realization set in. Hiruzen instructed everyone to take their seats in the bleachers while the impartial randomizer determined the first combatants. The genin obliged. The third Hokage raised an eyebrow at Naruto's confident smirk. A red-haired boy nearby widened his grin, revealing his canines, and Hiruzen and Naruto exchanged another meaningful look before Naruto made his way up to the stands and melted into the shadows at the top of the bleachers. Eyes turned toward the large screen above the indoor arena as a loud mechanical chime announced the draw. Two rectangles appeared on the screen with a bold VS between them, and a bolt of cartoonish lightning divided the names in each box as they slowed into legibility. The selection halted. Hiruzen called for Sasuke Uchiha and Yoroi Akato to come down to the arena. Both boys leaped from the viewing balconies and landed facing each other with intense glares. Hiruzen asked if the fighters were ready and received only a stoic silence. Sasuke raised his hand to his shoulder, two fingers touching it with restraint and caution. Hiruzen stepped back to give the fighters room while remaining close enough to intervene if necessary. The match began. Yoroi dashed in first. Sasuke sidestepped with practiced ease and answered with a glancing strike that sent Yoroi skidding back. Yoroi conceded that Sasuke was decent but quickly added that he considered himself better. Sasuke challenged him to prove it, and they charged again. Naruto observed that Yoroi seemed to be an accomplice of Kabuto and noted how much Sasuke had improved since the last time Kakashi had trained him. The two exchanged blows in a rapid cycle until Yoroi finally gained the advantage, a heavy palm knocking Sasuke to the ground. The sunglasses-wearing teen pinned Sasuke, placing a hand over the Uchiha's head as a faint blue glow began to pulse around it. The effect did not take hold at once, and Sasuke struggled to free himself. Naruto watched with concern as Yoroi's hands appeared to absorb chakra. Sasuke began to feel his energy falter as a draining presence seemed to sap his reserves. He fought harder, but each struggle yielded little progress. Determined, Sasuke resolved to fight for his clan and himself. He kicked Yoroi in the chest and launched a flurry of strikes that sent his opponent flying. Panting, Sasuke stared at Yoroi's glowing blue hands and tried to make sense of them. Yoroi taunted him with amusement, declaring cockily that he drained chakra with his hands. He lunged again, forcing Sasuke to dash backward to keep some distance. Naruto noticed a 3-tomo marking on Yoroi and wondered what had happened in the forest to give him that symbol. He muttered that if draining chakra was all Yoroi had, the man might not last. Kakashi snapped his head toward the shadow where Naruto had been sitting and cautioned Naruto not to count Yoroi out. He invited Naruto to come out. Naruto sighed, stood beside the silver-haired Jonin, and asked how Kakashi had known. Kakashi replied that Naruto had spoken aloud, revealing his thoughts. They turned back to the fight. Sasuke had flown up behind Yoroi and was mirroring his opponent's movements from a slightly lower position and altitude. Naruto whispered in disbelief that Sasuke could not have, then realized Sasuke was copying the shadow of the dancing leaf technique. Kakashi murmured that he supposed so, unsure what to say. Sasuke and Yoroi reached the peak of their brief flight together, then began their descent. Naruto and the others watched, wondering what Sasuke intended to do next. Naruto thought he could easily capitalize on the advantage as he assessed the situation. Beside him, Kakashi fully understood the limitation Sasuke bore, and Naruto wondered if it was the cursed seal. As Sasuke's silhouette sharpened, chakra flames flared across his face, originating from his left shoulder. Kakashi gasped, and neither man interrupted the spectacle as it reached its peak. Sasuke writhed, wincing as the chakra's pressure pressed against him. He fought the chakra flames with everything he had. A Jonin from the Sound Village watched him intently, a subtle smile on his face. Suddenly the flames retracted back into Sasuke's shoulder as he completed his technique, and the match ended with Sasuke declared the winner. The crowd erupted in applause, and Naruto saw Kakashi briefly disappear with Sasuke. Shino and Zaku stepped forward for their match. Naruto watched with mild interest as he receded into the cool shadows, observing the fight. The Sound Genin carried an unusual device that manipulated sound. His other arm was in a cast, likely from the Forest of Death. Shino responded with a steady assault of Kikeichu that swarmed around Zaku. Most of the insects fell to the ground after striking a high-pitched frequency. Zaku suddenly collapsed as some of the insects found their way into his armor through the frequency arm. The announcer declared Shino Aburame the winner. The next match was Kankuro vs Misumi. Naruto realized Kankuro was a puppeteer from Sunagakure and had been operating from inside his puppet. The audience reacted as Kankuro's puppet restrained Misumi until he went limp. The announcer declared Kankuro the winner. Naruto yawned as the screen flashed two new names. He groaned in annoyance at the pairing. The board displayed Sakura Haruno vs Ino Yamanaka, a long-standing rivalry that had drawn attention. The two kunoichi traded childish insults, each mocking the other's forehead before their faces hardened with anger and they challenged one another. Hiruzen signaled the start of the match and leapt back to watch. Sakura and Ino exchanged a flurry of strikes and acrobatic kicks, their movements flashy and erratic. They taunted each other as they circled, then produced kunai and shuriken and launched them in rapid succession. The projectiles missed as both fighters moved predictably. Exhausted, they charged in one final rush with raised fists, but each deliberately diverted their strike. Both staggered backward, shaken and unable to continue. The announcer stated that, since neither combatant could proceed, neither would advance to the finals. The announcer then introduced Naruto Uzumaki vs Shikamaru. Naruto dropped from the balcony, cloak billowing, and Shikamaru slouched into a loose stance, complaining that fighting was troublesome. Naruto's impatience flared and he suggested Shikamaru could forfeit, but Shikamaru refused, muttering that his mother would be displeased if he gave up. Hiruzen signaled the beginning of the match. Naruto summoned Blacklight and used him as a medium for his next technique to counter a barrage of shuriken, parrying them and inadvertently giving Shikamaru room to vanish. Naruto wondered where Shikamaru had gone and flared his chakra in a quick burst to search for him. Spotting Shikamaru in the far corner, Naruto dashed toward him and deflected more incoming projectiles. He saw Shikamaru form the rat hand sign and immediately dove away, realizing that Shikamaru was about to use the shadow possession jutsu and bracing for the potential consequences. Naruto told himself to exercise caution and to take the match seriously. He had no kunai except the 5 he carried, and his only other weapon was Blacklight, which obeyed his commands alone. He noted that the shadow possession jutsu was a physical binding technique, unlike the mind transfer jutsu, which bound the mind. Naruto muttered that he would use mirror image, and the world seemed to focus on him, Shikamaru, and their surroundings. For exact replicas of Naruto formed at Shikamaru's sides, creating a diamond as they closed in. Naruto stood invisibly while Shikamaru carefully launched kunai at the copies. The red-haired genin smirked as the pieces of metal passed harmlessly through the mirror images. Shikamaru reacted with incredulity, declaring that it looked like an Academy-standard clone. The crowd in Konoha gasped and whispers spread. Everyone knew Naruto's chakra was dense with his mother's nature and the Kyuubi's power. People murmured that he should not be able to form a standard clone without overloading it. Naruto corrected them calmly and allowed the clones to disperse. He activated his technique, forming a gauntlet of crackling lightning that had taken on a black sheen, and prepared to test it in combat. He had not fully tested it but believed that the change in color and the balance of his chakra signaled success. He charged at Shikamaru, colors of his clothing the only things that betrayed his motion. He pet his fist back and ran in a sporadic pattern to disrupt Shikamaru's tracking and predictive abilities. At 10 meters he began a series of cartwheels and other acrobatic maneuvers that closed the distance to 7 meters. With 3 meters remaining he infused chakra into his feet so his blur began to lose color and his speed increased. A feral grin crossed his face before he steadied himself, reminding himself who he faced and thinking to himself that there were no hard feelings when he beat Shikamaru. 1 meter away the distance stretched oddly in Naruto's perception, and sweat began to form. He considered how easily a sudden kunai strike could cost him the match. He glanced to confirm no kunai were poised to strike, then froze in horror as Shikamaru formed the rat hand seal and invoked the shadow possession jutsu. Naruto tried to twist away to dodge, but he was a fraction too late. A dark tendril of shadow connected with Shikamaru's shadow. Shikamaru announced that the shadow possession jutsu was complete, and Naruto felt his body go rigid while continuing to move under that foreign control. His limbs felt frozen yet active, his will sapped as he was forced to act against his wishes. He fought mentally, struggling as if trapped inside his own body and hyperventilating inwardly. Shikamaru used Naruto's mouth to force a call for a forfeit, attempting to make it seem as if Naruto himself conceded. Naruto panicked inwardly at the thought of being made to forfeit, and a white, cloud-like surge of determination flared inside him. He concentrated on his commitment to himself and his village, recalling what a forfeit would mean. With effort and willpower he pushed back against the shadow's hold. The binding substance that had invaded his body faltered and Shikamaru's control collapsed as Naruto expelled the influence. Shikamaru watched, bewildered, as his shadow receded and returned to its normal shape. Hiruzen observed from the side and smiled proudly, hoping quietly that he would be there to see Naruto reach his prime. Naruto allowed himself a small, satisfied smirk at the shock on Shikamaru's face. He checked his hand to find that the chakra lightning gauntlet remained intact. In a blink he vanished from view and appeared behind Shikamaru, twisting midair so the gauntlet became the lowest part of his body and then slamming it downward. Dust rose into the air, tinged with a pale hue and briefly clouding the arena. The audience leaned forward over the balcony, enraptured by the performance and eager for the match's conclusion. Naruto then performed a wind-style technique, creating a gust that swept through the arena and scattered the dust. Team 10 reacted with a collective gasp. Ino celebrated Shikamaru's chances, while Sakura, annoyed, told Ino to be quiet. Asuma, Kakashi, and Sasuke had appeared and watched without interrupting. Kakashi cautioned not to count Naruto out yet and pointed for them all to watch. Naruto felt the moment's tension and murmured to himself that it was a checkmate. He positioned the chakra lightning gauntlet over Shikamaru's chest while Blacklight's blade rested lightly at Shikamaru's neck, causing Shikamaru to tense and go still. The arena held its breath as the duel reached its decisive instant. Naruto sniffed the air as a dark stain ran down Shikamaru's neck. He sighed, the sense of advantage almost like music to him as he pressed it. Naruto taunted Shikamaru in a sing-song voice and made it clear that Shikamaru could either forfeit or face defeat. Shikamaru began to sweat under the pressure. Naruto's deceptively sweet tone carried a threatening undertone that made everyone in the arena tense. His presence radiated an overwhelming weight. Many of the more sheltered genin dropped to their knees. Shikamaru's forehead and face were slick with sweat. A ghostly clock chimed. Naruto had given his ultimatum. Shikamaru felt the weight of the moment like a ceiling pressing down on his shoulders, a burden that made him flinch. Imagined needles of pressure pricked at him, and with dozens of eyes on him, he grew even more nervous. Naruto increased the intensity of his aura, making the air feel thick and suffocating. He suggested that the longer Shikamaru delayed, the stronger the pressure would become. A haunting melody seemed to accompany the moment. Shikamaru rushed to forfeit, and as soon as he yielded, the burden lifted from him and from everyone watching. The crowd and the assembled shinobi exchanged relieved looks, wondering what might have happened had he resisted. The genin sighed in unison and the jonin relaxed. An official announced Naruto Uzumaki as the winner by forfeit. The crowd erupted with cheers. Hiruzen looked up from his training as his staff dispelled in a puff of smoke and greeted Naruto warmly. Naruto responded with equal exuberance and reverted to the affectionate nickname Hiruzen liked. Hiruzen remarked that sometimes he wished they could go back to being called simply Gigi, and Naruto acknowledged this with a cheerful reply. Hiruzen smiled at the return of the nickname and then asked Naruto what he needed, offering a grandfatherly grin that visibly brightened Naruto. Naruto adopted a more businesslike tone and told Hiruzen that he needed to take firmer control of the village. Hiruzen regarded him with a searching gaze and asked for clarification, realizing this was not a social visit. Naruto explained that he had heard rumors of another power play by the administrative council and urged Hiruzen to step up. When Hiruzen asked what Naruto suggested, Naruto referred to reforms in the academy curriculum, which surprised the Sandaime. Naruto proposed a detailed overhaul. Instead of dedicating a whole year to a single theme, the academy should use a fixed daily timetable. He suggested academic studies occupy 3 hours of an 8-hour school day during the first 2 years in an accelerated program, with physical training and taijutsu instruction scheduled immediately afterward. He recommended offering students a few basic taijutsu styles to develop, while weapons training would be limited to close-quarters lessons rather than focusing on throwing, which Naruto dismissed as impractical. Hiruzen listened and nodded along. Naruto outlined a ninjutsu timeline as well. Year 1 would emphasize extended classes on basic theory and applications, including the body flicker, transformation, and substitution techniques by the end of that year. From Year 3, students would begin nature transformations and D-rank jutsu of their elements, moving towards some C-rank techniques in Year 4. When Hiruzen asked about infiltration and stealth, Naruto insisted those skills had to be drilled from the first day in the academy, and that students who ignored subtlety would face private sessions with Hiruzen. The Hokage swallowed and nodded without argument. Naruto also recommended abolishing the flower pressing and the kunoichi-only classes, arguing that all students should learn spying, interrogation, and other core shinobi skills. Hiruzen looked at Naruto with admiration and then told him to present the idea to the Shinobi Council. Naruto warned Hiruzen to secure the academy as shinobi property before he did, and Hiruzen promised to do so, declaring with vigor that the god of shinobi was coming back. Naruto smiled at the enthusiasm, feeling it like a goal and an oath. Hiruzen then recalled that he had given Naruto a concerned look at the preliminaries and toyed with the memory, but ultimately let it slide with a knowing expression. Later, Naruto sat at his desk, idly thinking about the upcoming Chunin exam finals in a month. He worried about facing Neji and still could not believe Neji could be so harsh toward Hinata. He flinched as the memory of Hinata injured and collapsed on the ground during their earlier encounter resurfaced, and remembered how Neji had seemed poised to finish the match. Naruto resolved that Neji did not deserve leniency and intended to defeat him decisively. Naruto steeled himself as he always did before a fight. He thought he needed to work on his genjutsu and ninjutsu and judged that his jonin-level kenjutsu was sufficient for now. A deck of cards popped into his mind. He regretted not being able to use them and resolved to incorporate that tactic into his battle strategy. He wondered if he could get more training in the impartial judgment style, since each of those jutsu was custom-made from layers of inspiration and required digging for new ideas. He sighed from boredom, stood up, and left his apartment complex to walk the streets of Konoha. He exhaled as villagers glanced at him. In response, he waved and smiled. He hoped that when he became Hokage they would remember him. Naruto demanded full access to the library and warned that severe consequences could follow for violating an S-rank secret, but he said he would let it pass provided he was granted full access to the library, including whatever restricted section he redacted. The pink-haired banshee went pale and trembled before nodding and hiding behind a pile of books. Naruto offered a polite farewell and walked through the arch. Heading to the ninjutsu section, Naruto's attention rested on what many dismissed as a juvenile corner: myths and legends, stories and tales. He entered appearing as a small-statured student, slightly nerdy in a civilian uniform and square-framed glasses. In his hand were a notepad and a pencil, which he set on an isolated desk away from the toddlers being read to by their parents. Naruto walked down the aisle, selecting a few books with intriguing titles and some that looked ancient to add variety to his reading. He opened an older volume titled Most Powerful Weapons to Walk This Reality, scanned the contents page, and perused the entries on blades that had long fascinated him. He yawned as he reached the last page. His attention was caught less by the text and more by a pair of images. The lower image suggested something like a blacklight. As he wondered whether it was blacklight, a voice answered and identified itself as Erebus. Naruto inferred from the image captions that Erebus was an older form and asked about it. Erebus replied sourly and asked him to stop. Naruto persisted, reading the entry and asking whether Erebus had begun anew because his previous owners had tarnished the blade's name. Erebus gave a short, distasteful affirmative reply. Naruto called that response stupid and ignited a blazing flame that swept everything before it, and the next instant he was pulled into his mindscape. Blacklight and Erebus appeared as two voices in one, Blacklight carrying the calm, patient tone of a mentor and Erebus bearing a darker, more primal edge. Both sounded furious. Naruto accused them of running from their problems and demanded an answer. Blacklight replied that it was a rebirth. Naruto scoffed and compared hiding behind fate to what Neji had done, insisting that such an excuse was unbecoming of a dragon. The dragon remained silent, then whispered that Naruto might be right. Naruto softened his tone and tried to be comforting, telling Blacklight that he was Blacklight, not Erebus, and that the past was the past and it was time to move on. Blacklight admitted that letting go was too hard and let tears of anguish fall. Naruto awkwardly patted his shoulder, unsure what else to do, and promised that today they would start anew together. Blacklight asked if they really would and gave a watery, vulnerable smile. Naruto did not take advantage of the moment. Blacklight then announced that the merging was complete and encouraged Naruto to go and see the changes. Naruto vanished from the mindscape with equal excitement, leaving Blacklight to sigh. Blacklight thought about the destiny of gaining many blades and hoped they would remain connected and not be left out. Later, a hand tapped Naruto on the shoulder and then pressed firmer until he jolted upright from the desk, his small hands reaching instinctively to catch the glasses that had fallen from his face and revealed his freckles. He scrambled to his feet, confused about where he was. The librarian informed him the library was closing and asked him to check out any books and leave. Naruto noted that his illusion was still intact, returned the books to their shelves, and hurried out. He slipped into a nearby alley, formed a single hand sign, and used the body flicker technique, vanishing in a gray flash. He reappeared at his apartment, dropped the illusion, and hurried to the bathroom where a full-length mirror stood. He stared at his reflection as if it were someone else, then realized this was his new form. His hair had darkened to a deep, metallic crimson. His ragged cloak and clothing were unchanged, but his skin had taken on a pale sheen that seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. His eyes were a lustrous silver with an amber pupil that glowed softly, an unusual combination that suited him oddly well. When he smiled, he noticed he had inherited his mentor's fanged smile. He left the mirror and went back to his bedroom, struck suddenly by the thought that it should not be only him who changed. Merging was a mutual benefit, not a one-sided act. He summoned Blacklight using the seal of the dragon. He gasped at the changes, uncertain what to think. The weapon had become a stunning broadsword whose blade seemed forged from pure energy, a plasma that lit his dimly lit room. The blade glowed a brilliant azure, and the crossguard was an intricate dragon coiled around the base of the blade, head and tail flanking either side. The guard and hilt were bright silver, radiating a familiar warmth that deepened as Naruto wrapped his fingers around the leather-bound grip. To his surprise, the sword felt as light as or lighter than its previous form. When he swung it, it whistled through the air and released a satisfying sound. He poured chakra into the blade and expelled it. The weapon released a scintillating mist in a vivid gradient of green and blue, an otherworldly ocean-like sheen. Blacklight explained that the blade had an affinity for water chakra and converted any chakra poured into it into water energy. Naruto thanked Blacklight and asked whether the blade could be used defensively, for example to turn a fireball technique into water. Blacklight answered that the knowledge to convert elements through a blade had long since been lost. Naruto nodded and sealed the blade, noticing how the glow made him look gaunter than usual. He slipped outside, using his limited light-bending skill to make himself invisible. He took a moonlit walk, enjoying the amplified sounds of wildlife in the quiet night. He left the village proper and followed a winding road toward the southwestern training grounds near the slums. He moved through the gate quietly so as not to disturb the night. He allowed himself to become detectable and froze. By moonlight he saw blue hair and heard the solid rhythm of wood striking wood as a girl practiced on a wooden dummy. He could recognize that blue hair and the Hyuga clan's distinctive pale eyes anywhere. Naruto called to her from across the clearing and waved. She jumped and fell backward. Hinata gasped as she stood and asked what had happened to his eyes. Naruto deflected the question and asked why she was training alone, teasing that the Hyuga clan would not let their heiress go out by herself. Hinata scratched her head and admitted she had snuck out, asking him not to tell anyone and pouting. Naruto proposed a spar in exchange for his silence. She agreed, but asked that it be physical combat only. They took their stances. Naruto extended his right fist in a claw shape, his other hand clenched behind his back, leaning forward in a predatory posture that made defensive movements unlikely. Hinata assumed the gentle fist-opening stance. Hinata signaled the start and they charged. Naruto moved with such speed that he appeared behind her and drove a falling axe kick that sent her sprawling. He looked down at her with an amused curl of his lip and asked whether he should hold back. Hinata sprang up, determination in her eyes, and answered that he should not hold back. Naruto smiled, satisfied that restraint would not be required. He dashed forward with a clawed right hand. Hinata cartwheeled over him and responded with a falling kick. He rolled forward, backflipped over her, and delivered 2 swift kicks as she broke her fall with another cartwheel. Their cloaks billowed as if in an unseen wind. Naruto teased that Hayashi would be disappointed she was straying from tradition. Hinata refused to hold back and launched herself forward with palms outstretched, aiming to land several precise strikes in succession. He realized he could not rely on certain immobilizing techniques and instead focused on his awakened affinity for water chakra. He executed a spinning hook kick he called flowing counter, combining water and wind chakra to enhance its speed, and his heel struck Hinata's face. With a sudden flurry of movement, he followed with 2 quick strikes from the sole of his boot before she was sent flying. Hinata kicked to regain her footing and warned that he was within her range. She activated her 8 trigrams technique and charged relentlessly, a pale green circle inscribed with unfamiliar symbols appearing beneath her. She leaped back to recover, but Naruto closed the distance and delivered a falling kick that clipped her shoulder with heavy force. She collapsed, clearly overwhelmed by the blows. Naruto helped her to her feet and, seeing her blush and squeal in embarrassment, sat her down on a nearby rock. He handed her a black leather flask to steady her. Naruto ordered her to drink, his voice carrying a commanding air that nonetheless held a surprising warmth. Hinata popped the cork and inhaled the pleasant, addictive fragrance with gusto. Hinata breathed softly and asked what it was, commenting that it smelled nice. Naruto explained that it was a regeneration brew of his own design and told her to drink. She complied. Naruto turned to leave but stopped and reconsidered. He advised that the gentle fist style did not suit her and recommended Might Guy, an elite ninja who specialized in hand-to-hand combat. Hinata nodded gratefully and promised she would follow the advice. Naruto added that by the mid-level exam finals he expected her hand-to-hand combat to be at mid-level. Hinata squeaked in surprise. Naruto thought that giving her a concrete task would spur her to improve, otherwise she would simply remain another love-struck admirer, only shyer. He formed a hand sign and told her to hurry back to her clan compound. Then he activated his body flicker technique. A column of water exploded upward from the ground like a geyser and enveloped Naruto, the torrent coalescing into a tight, shimmering sheath around him before draining away. He gave Hinata a 2-finger salute. His silver eyes flashed, the amber pulses in his pupils quickened, and his outline began to blur and fade into shimmering light. In a final shimmer, he disappeared, leaving Hinata to her own devices.